It's Wednesday, so it's normally a stream day, but it's a holiday, which means it's not normally a stream day. But I'm really in the Battletech mood. Something about heavy metal just suddenly made me really into Battletech. So we're back, and we're going to enjoy the cutscene as soon as it loads. Sorry, I'm stretching while I talk. Shouldn't do that. Excuse me. I know normally while I wait for this... Yeah. I'm really curious what's going to happen to this franchise now that all the DLC is out. So, this is Battletech. We're continuing on with the main campaign. So one thing that I think may be true is that some of the stuff that got added in, well, really all of the DLC, but namely Flashpoint, I think the flashpoints are something that you unlock in career mode rather than the campaign. I could be wrong on that. But I haven't run into one yet. But yeah, I was taking a quick look. So as is always important to disclose, I was given a copy of the Heavy Metal DLC for promotional purposes. So as always, thank you for that. This is one thing I really like about doing the Paradox games, is that they are, at least in terms of their marketing plans, willing to sort of reach out to smaller streamers like myself, and I hope they get as good as they give. Obviously, again, the one thing for me on this is I never want to become too slavish in terms of the the gratitude. Like, obviously I am very grateful that I get stuff like this, but this doesn't necessarily mean that I'm just happy to to be noticed. Obviously I have a certain feeling that I bring something to the table as well, so where that can fit, I'm really happy about it. But as it happens, I really like playing the Paradox games, and one of the things that's been really great about it is that as a result of them being willing to give keys to a smaller streamer like myself, it's meant that I've been able to do a greater diversity of them. So if you take a look at sort of the stuff that we did the last year, we had Age of Wonders Planetfall, we had Battletech, we had Crusader Kings, we had Imperator Rome, lots of Stellaris, and of course all of the DLC for Stellaris. I feel like I miss... Oh, of course, City Skylines, Surviving Mars. And I can definitely say that a number of these would have been ones that I might have checked out later on. I mean, obviously, I am a gamer who enjoys things in their own right. Battletech is an example of something that would have been covered because I was a Kickstarter backer on it. But it's clearly the addition of the Heavy Metal DLC that's really gotten me jumping into it so far. So this is one nice thing, and I mean, this is a little bit what it's like to be a Paradox fan, is that it's sometimes a little grating to always see a new DLC. Because, I mean, again, you don't want the feeling of being nickeled and dimed, but I will definitely say, for me, it wasn't always true for Crusader Kings, I feel like, but I've generally felt that the sort of what I've gotten whenever I've bought the DLCs have sort of been enough to keep me in the game for tens, if not hundreds of hours. So I bought Flashpoint, bought Urban Warfare, and was a Kickstarter backer on Battletech, but back before they had the publishing relationship with Paradox. Obviously now Harebrained Schemes is owned by Paradox. And Heavy Metal is the one that they handed off. But of course you can determine for yourself whether or not my ethics are compromised by accepting a press key. Is there anything else to say? For those of you who like watching the stuff on YouTube, two items. One will have already been resolved by the time you can hear this. The Elder Scrolls episode from yesterday is late. This is because for some reason the upload just froze at the 30% mark, and even each time I tried to restart it, it would always it would try to resume from that 30% mark, which means that it never moved forward. So I don't know what caused that, but that should be uploaded and ready to go now. The Far Cry series, I've stopped uploading those because the big 7-hour stream that I did, that got a copyright claim, and it was a copyright claim that basically says you cannot broadcast this anywhere. Like, it is a hard block in all regions. So this is because in Far Cry 3 there is a scene in a club. There's about 30 seconds of a song, and for whatever reason, whoever is doing the rights management for that band, or who just ultimately owns the rights to that, has decided that they do not want that broadcast anywhere. There's one video I noticed that actually does have that in the background. I'm really curious how they got around that, but yeah, for myself, this is actually one of the reasons why it's nice. This is one thing I actually give a lot of credit to Paradox for. If you have DLC in a Paradox game for which you do not have the broadcasting rights, so you can get Sabaton music for Europa Universalis 4 and for Hearts of Iron, they have bought the rights to that music for the purposes of DLC and for your private enjoyment, but they have not bought the rights for rebroadcast. And they will give you a warning if you are streaming, you do not have the rights to this music here. I think that is a great way of doing that, because in the end, it means that if you're the majority of gamers, you can just enjoy your content and run ahead with it. But it takes a lot of work out of my job, which is to say, because essentially what's happened here, because Ubisoft Montreal decided that they wanted this particular one-hit wonder song. It's a good song, don't get me wrong, but this, because of the decision to have this playing in the background of the club where you could have picked just about anything else, this now means that if you record an episode and that episode goes for 7 hours like my previous stream did, that 7 hours is effectively annihilated as far as YouTube is concerned, because there is no just mute that section option. And if your videos are 7 hours long, you can't use the built-in editing features. So my solution to that is going to be, I've downloaded the video off of Twitch. I'm going to manually mute that, and it's fine because the subtitles are already enabled. So that's, that is what it is. And then I'll re-upload it. But because there's a certain continuity to the episodes, I want to make sure that upload gets handled first, and then I'll do the remaining Far Cry episodes, and then I can put the remaining episodes in there. So of course, if this Battletech one is being recorded on January the 1st, which means you will have already seen the remaining episodes. Now I guess I can start talking about Battletech, huh? I keep forgetting, because I have this on my hard drive, there's always a loading period. I guess I can get more of the salesmanship stuff out. This game still is on sale, so Heavy Metal isn't. But if you own Battletech and you want the new DLC, those are, I believe, 50% off all around. And the base game, I think, is 66% off. And that should be true on ParadoxPlaza.com. Although I'm not 100% sure if that sale is still going on after January 1st. Steam sale is still going on. And then Heavy Metal is still full price. Essentially, what you're looking at here is what you'd be getting in the Mercenary. I think they call it the Mercenary Edition. Anyways, I'm playing with everything enabled. Flashpoints adds the flashpoints, which are sort of short stories to some of your missions. These are, you went on a job and all of a sudden you got a little bit more than you bargained for, and so you're gonna start going down this particular rabbit hole. Urban, and also added a new biome. Urban Warfare similarly added a new biome in the form of urban centers. All of them, of course, add extra mechs. I believe Urban Warfare also added some sensor mechanics, but I'm not 100% sure on those because I haven't enabled them on any of my mechs yet. But essentially, it's about being able to see or evade alternative units. And then Heavy Metal, of course, I think Heavy Metal was kind of them going out with a bang. Hey, Dodge Viper GT, great to see you. I'm pretty sure Heavy Metal was them going out with a bang because they introduced basically a brand new mech. So for those of you unfamiliar with the Battletech franchise, this thing is like 25 years old. It's been a television series. It's been a series of virtual reality sort of like multiplayer games, and like this is back in the 90s, I think. There's still some cockpits around. I actually found out that there's some in a region that's like a 45-minute train ride away from me, so I'm very tempted to go check that out at some point. It's been a television show. It's been countless games, everything from Crescent Hawk's Inception and Crescent Hawk's Revenge to the most recent one, which is actually MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. And of course, this game. This game is by Harebrained Schemes, which is founded by Jordan Weissman, who is one of the founders of FASA and one of the people sort of responsible for the original Battletech. It's been a role-playing game. It's actually been a few different types of role-playing game. They all sort of have this common through line, but I know there used to be some confusion in terms of the different product lines. And the tabletop game apparently goes everywhere from sort of a combined arms, mechs and infantry approach up to sort of campaigns within the Inner Sphere going between planets. So if you there's basically a rule set for whatever level you want to engage with it. Now, of course, the advantage of a computer game is that it abstracts away all of the bookkeeping parts and you just get to focus on the cool bits, which is shooting stuff. But it's definitely an interesting property. And again, they definitely said they're going to be taking a break because apparently Harebrained has been going very hard ever since the release of the game. Like apparently they've just been churning out the DLC for the season pass. So I think they're taking some well-deserved rest. And then, again, it's an open question whether or not there's another Shadowrun, whether or not they'll finally bring back my beloved Crimson Steam Pirates, which was published by Bungie, whether or not there will be more Battletech DLC, or if they'll just make an outright sequel. It's a little bit like Surviving Mars. Surviving Mars has had its season pass finish, and it's a wonderful game. I actually also got a survey asking, where do you want us to go with Surviving Mars? Surviving the Aftermath is out, but that's not by Hammermont. So it could be that Hammermont produces more material for Surviving Mars. It could be that they just go on to more in a Surviving franchise. Or there's just a straight Surviving Mars 2. We'll have to see. But for now, there's plenty for me to investigate inside of Battletech. The only thing I'm not 100% sure on is what contract I wanted to take. So I think we said we were going to be doing some of these side ones. I do need to cover my costs for this month. So the drawback with this approach is that I don't have, no single job with its pay is going to cover my monthly expenses. And of course, each time I do this, there is a risk that I'm going to take some very heavy battlefield damages, and as a result, I'm not going to be able to to carry on. But I think the way that I'll work through this is I'll start with lost supplies. It's got some decent scrap. I might even go so far and work for the local pirate organization to to get a little bit of cash here. And then once I'm very reluctant to do Man of the People because that is a 3-skull mission and it's an escort, which I'm particularly bad at. But what I'll probably do here is we'll at least do Lost Supplies, probably clean out the mercs. Lost Air is a tempting one. The thing is just the Capellans don't really pay that well. And assuming we can manage all 3, we head on to Trap Sprung, which will hopefully we'll have enough time to get that done within our current fiscal period. But yeah, for now, Lost Supplies is where I'm going to start with this. So we become aware of a convoy or actually, I know I'm going to do this one way or the other. The ambush is always a worry. There are a few mercenaries House Liao trusts with tasks like this, Commander. Make certain our faith is not misplaced and we can both profit from this. So I'm just taking the standard contract. Thinking I'm going to switch Motley and Zap. So Zap has better piloting, which is desirable for the Centurion because I do tend to run that thing in close range. But Motley has Bulwark, and the fact of the matter is the Trebuchet shouldn't be in firing. Actually, everybody's got Bulwark, so that's something for me to keep in mind. Then there's the question, do I want to be using... Which of these 2 Centurions do I want to be using? So this is the one with the AC-10, this is the one with the AC-5. Should probably be switching that out. And this is equipped with an LRM and 2 medium lasers. So these are both Centurion 9s, and I've just wound up building them in different ways. Question is, which one do I prefer? I think we'll bring in my slightly less armored version of the Centurion because I've got a decent gunner on it with the AC-10. A good sort of secondary goal for me right now is to try and get some more AC2s for my Blackjack. The one thing that's really neat about the game, both tabletop and inside here, is you can customize your mechs to whatever you want. Now, the fact of the matter is that for my own campaign, I've really been just working with what I've already got. I haven't really been thinking in terms of what the best outfit or the best loadout for each of my mechs are. At some point I will. But right now I've just been focusing on trying to get some bodies on the ground. I may also be making a mistake here by not bringing in a scouting mech like the Jenner, because especially with a skull and a half and the fact that it's an ambush, that's going to be a challenge. Although between Glitch, and Behemoth and the Shadowhawk and the Vindicator, the jump jets should be able to compensate. So, we become aware of a convoy transporting supplies to a pirate facility. We'd like those supplies to become lost, if you take my meaning. We'll provide the coordinates to locate the shipment and handle any cleanup after the convoy goes astray. I'm not sure why the Capellan Confederation is being so circumspect, but they don't pay us to ask questions. There's a bonus for us if we eliminate any witnesses.
Command interface initiated.
So my big drawback on these kinds of missions is that I tend to take a lot of damage on my mechs in order to complete the objective. So I should probably focus on one or the other, and hopefully that'll reduce the damage that I take. One nice thing is that I'm going to have more characters with multi-targeting, so I shouldn't have the same sorts of problems that I did last time. Commander, we've reached the coordinates we were provided. Move into position to intercept the shipment. Once the shipment is destroyed, head to the evac zone. Oliveira out.
Okay, let's just get this done so we can get out of here.
Now, I mean,
Position confirmed.
they always say,
Moving out.
so you can escape.
Aye,
But the fact of the matter is, I almost always wipe out the defense. I'm assuming the convoy's going to be following a road like this. Yeah, so this is actually going to be a worry that I can get there in time. I'm probably going to wind up doing a lot more sprints and jumps than I thought.
Coordinates received.
Coordinates.
I've got eyes on the target.
Moving out.
One thing that's a little interesting about the way this game is set up is so in terms of initiative, light mechs will move before heavy mechs. One drawback is, especially with like the vision and things like that, that can lead to some really interesting strategies. But the one thing I've tended to notice is that as the difficulty of the missions ramps up, you really do start trying to go for all the heaviest mechs that you have. This is actually one drawback I have with my mercenary company, which is we're still sitting in a bunch of medium mechs, and I kind of hope that I'd have a little bit more to go with so far, or at this point.
Bandits.
Okay, this is good to know.
What can I do for you?
So I'm curious if jumping will get me any further. Not really. So I'm okay having glitch at range.
Uh-huh.
And then, of course, I want the Centurion right up front.
Problem.
As far as the Trebuchet is concerned, I think they're just going to sit back and rain death on the enemy. Okay, this is going to get interesting. I think that's in melee range. So it could be that that's bait, and everybody's going to annihilate me, but having a spider in melee range like that is a mighty tempting target. So obviously we'll go front-facing.
That hit something good.
Okay, so we've got the wheeled APC. I'm going to try and get glitch to get a good shot on that right away. Out of curiosity, can anybody hear the music?
I hear ya. I read you, Commander. Moving out.
It's a really good song, which I usually put on very high volumes on when I'm listening to it on my own, but it always sounds so quiet when I'm playing the game.
Primary target is taking damage.
Bye-bye.
So what are we looking at here? We've got a Jenner. Oh, interesting. So none of these... It looks like these things can't really defend themselves. That's good news.
Receiving you.
And because I have multiple targets, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take the LRM to drop some misery on probably the Jenner. And then we'll focus down the APC. So...
Firing on
Okay,
multiple enemies.
yeah, the laser is a bit overkill.
They will be done.
And of course, the great thing here is I don't need to move at all because the Jenner... Now, the Jenner is admittedly... it's guarded, so the damage is not going to be as impressive. But I am able to take my LRMs and just cause it some grief. In this case here, it's really just because I have such a high rate of gaining resolve. I'm gonna go for the head. There's really not a high chance that it'll happen, but
I think I hit something good.
so of course Glitch is gonna be picking that off when we get a chance. Oh, they do have lasers. This is actually suspiciously easy. I'm wondering if there's going to be some kind of reinforcements or something that'll come to cause me misery.
Hot damn. Let's do this.
Okay. That was obviously the right move for him. Ooh. Okay, Firestarter is going to make things interesting.
Commander, I'm wounded.
All right, now that's really inconvenient that that Motley got wounded, because that's now going to mean I can't do these follow-up missions. Okay, so first of all, let's see if my Shadowhawk can do anything interesting melee-wise. Not at the moment,
Yes, Commander.
but obviously there's not a whole lot for the Centurion to do right now, but exact its revenge. Oh, that's nice. He's going to be knocked over. Of course, it's a drawback that the Jenner is now going to be moving, because it'll be able to get its evasion up.
Losing lots of armor.
Waiting for orders.
But Behemoth is able to reply with a physical hit.
Putting my weight into it. Scored a critical hit.
Alright, so we're still not killing anything, which is the
For orders.
real problem with all of this. But
Got it.
again, so one of the things that's nice about where I've got Glitch right now, she's able to pick off the targets. You know what? I don't like that option.
You get a headshot, and you get a headshot.
Bad luck. Good luck.
Gotcha.
Orders?
Now, this is a bit of a dilemma here, but my answer is going to be, let's do a sensor lock. And in this case, I'm going to sensor lock the fresh Javelin. So that's more going to be for next round so that he can drop a bunch of LRMs on that target. I'm pretty sure that Glitch is going to have to just straight up jump into the area. Yeah, she might be able to run him down, I'm not sure.
Minor damage, Commander. Nothing to see here.
The high ground is definitely a good improvement.
Reporting. Heavy damage.
Hmm.
Yes, Commander.
So that one was kind of obvious. I'll admit, that's a little surprising. I thought I'd have a bit more time. Or no, because we're in the still the same initiative. It's actually going to be a lot of heat damage he winds up taking.
Oh, my heat sinks can't vent fast enough. I'm taking damage. Waiting for orders.
Okay. So this is a really tight spot that he's in right now. So what we're going to do, I'm going to get him to do a physical on the spider at least.
Targeting for physical attack.
And I think I'm going to have to use my trebuchet to...
One less target.
Either put some hurt on the Firestarter or the Javelin.
Ready for orders.
Problem is he's got all of his evasion, so that was kind of a waste. Well, at least I can... It's not great, but it's a start.
Got it, Commander.
I would have expected a little bit more stability damage
Waiting on
because
you,
he's on the rough terrain, but
Don't need to tell me twice.
I'm gonna hope for the best that the attack on A is gonna be enough to seal the deal.
Line him up and I'll shoot him down, Commander.
That was a bad assumption. They're getting pretty close to the denial zone, so I might need to start thinking of some more drastic actions. So draw back to the road. Now, if I'm lucky, he's going to target the Shadowhawk or the Trebuchet. The Centurion's in a little bit of trouble. Yeah. Some pretty heavy damage. Oh, and the Firestarter's gonna take advantage of the situation. Oh, he is not.
Barely hit, Commander.
Cool. Okay, that changes things.
Commander.
So Motley's in a tough spot overall. Let's... gonna pull him back.
Orders received.
There's just not a whole lot that he can do attack-wise. I am curious, though, if he can... Yeah, I mean, I'm wasting resolve at this point, but...
I got him.
Commander.
I'm curious if this thing's blown its shot
Ready for
on
order.
the...
Affirmative.
on the heat. I'm kind of assuming it is at this point, because this is a terrible spot for me to be if this thing still has a flamer. That's a javelin. Okay, it has both.
Targeting for
Well,
inflicting
marginal.
heavy damage. I hear ya.
So, glitch. I think I'm still going to try and keep her
On my way.
in the high ground, but there might be a cost to doing this. So again, I'm going to go multi-target.
No problem. I've got enough guns for
Still not enough to finish the job. You know what? I should have actually taken a look at what the loadout on these things is. So,
Commander?
my ace in the hole. I can't hit the front. That sucks. So instead, if I precision strike, I can hit the left though.
Locked on rear on.
The funny thing is now I think the jump jets aren't actually going to be enough to finish the job. That was a very tough hit.
Ready for orders.
Okay. So the mech I'm not worried about because I've got a replacement. The mech warrior is a big problem. He's going for the Centurion. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, no, he totally is.
Orders. On my way. Targeting for physical attack.
Still not enough to do what it needs.
Reporting critical hit. What can I do
Okay,
for ya?
so I'm gonna try something new with Glitch here.
You betcha.
I'm gonna get her to do a precision shot on the weak spot because clearly I need to finish this job. Wait. I'm actually gonna do it on this one.
Roger that. Firing on target.
Simple reason for that is that I should be able to target the left-hand side with Zap.
I'm your spaniel.
I'll admit that's a little surprising that he's able to reach that far, but I will happily keep both targets. Oh wait, that's just because it's the missiles. That doesn't actually mean anything.
Locking on.
Cool.
Bug out. Get to the LZ for extraction.
So it seems to me at this point we just kill the lights. They're in bad shape. Ouch. I might be willing to buy a replacement.
Orders. Moving out. Targeting for physical attack. One less target.
Commander? Moving to position.
At this point I can probably afford the precision strike. I'm not getting an overheat warning, so I'm gonna run with this.
Locking target. Solid connection on that one.
Commander?
And then presumably all that Glitch is going to be able to do is a long range strike, but I'm fine with that.
Moving to position.
So I'll be honest, this is not really the best finale to this mission, but oh wow, she can fire with both. Okay, let's try and take out the other leg. Like, basically going up against a group like this, I shouldn't be losing a mech, let alone a mech warrior. But I'm also in a point where I can kind of afford those losses. So presumably he's going for the weak one here.
Yes, Commander. Mech destroyed.
All targets eliminated. Sit tight and I can collect you where you are right now.
Mission successful.
So, again, I'm not, like, too... That is a pretty decent mech warrior that I potentially lost, but I will have my main guy back online before too long, so I'm not going to be mourning the loss of him. The harder one is if he's just in medbay for a while. We'll probably keep him around, but I need to figure out what my costs are going to be after that. Alright, so yeah, Motley is out for 94 days, and we've lost AC-10 and a couple medium lasers, so that's going to be an expensive repair. We'll put that at the bottom of the queue. I don't really need any of this. Go for the stuff that we've already got, I guess. So we got replacement medium lasers. Yeah, the salvage on this was kind of weak. So to be honest, it would have been easier if that guy died.
That mech is ready to fight, Commander.
Spider 5V is hands down the most maneuverable mech you can field, but it's made of paper. It's an excellent scout, though, and can even jump into the rear arc of most enemies for surprise backshots.
You asked for is cleared for fighting.
The Firestarter is a dangerous mech for its tonnage. Carefully timed attacks with its flamers can shut down any mech and leave it open to punishment from your other forces. The FS9H also makes a decent light mech killer, hunter killer. Mech warriors are gaining experience and need your guidance, Beefeater. If you head to the barracks, you can direct their training. Alright, very eventful turn. So let's start with the Centurion. So I do have one replacement AC-10, which is good. I've also got an AC-10++. So against my better judgment, I'm gonna put the good AC-10 on it. Something I will almost certainly regret. Let's go for the medium lasers and AC-10 ammo. Thing is, if I just keep sitting on gear like that, I feel like I'm missing something, but. If I just keep sitting on good gear like that, then I'm never really going to improve. So, oh, it's 2 AC-10 ammo. Does it say overall armor? Am I missing something? So we basically just dumped our whole paycheck back into the repairing this thing. But it'll also be a fearsome mech when the time comes. I'm actually going to put this a little higher in the queue than the Blackjack, and the reason for that is the Blackjack won't actually be ready for combat until we find another AC-2. So let's just take a look at my mech warriors. We're down one body for missions. So I'm tempted to get a replacement just so that we can take the remaining contracts. So we've got clean out the mercs and lost air. Maybe I'll do lost air and then clean out. Well, clean out the mercs is a cheaper, is a lower risk. Yeah, you know what? So first of all, let's just double check I don't have any AC-2s waiting for me and just ammo. Let's see who's available for hire. None of them are really great pilots. Sturm has high
Commander.
guts. I don't really need high guts right now, though. Let's just
Orders.
bring in a recruit and train them up. So, Liao Commoner, for those who have earned their citizenship in the Capellan Confederation, life is secure and comfortable, but it leaves little room for individuality or ambition. So, Reputation 10% price increase.
I'm here.
Fair enough.
Commander.
And then there's the one-time fee of
New
27,000,
mech
but
warriors
I
available.
can live with that. Okay, so big question now is, I think in this case, as much as I don't like working with the pirates, we're currently trying to engage in long-term operations in the system, which runs counter to local government interests. They've hired a well-regarded mercenary outfit to engage the local pirate organization operatives on the planet's surface, and the mercenaries have sent a single well-armed lance. We'd like you to counter that lance by intercepting and destroying it. So if I split it like this, I get 1 pick of 6, but it's good pay. So I think in this case, I'm gonna charge him cash. You want to get paid, don't you? Take this job, and we'll all end up with more money. You've got nothing to lose. Well, my reputation, but okay. So the question is, do I want to bring the other Centurion on this one, or do I want to bring the Jenner? I think in this case, I'm actually going to bring the Jenner in. The only drawback here is that Spear is not equipped for any kind of sensors. Also, I need to get a little bit better at remembering to upgrade my mech warriors.
Good to go.
So we're still saving for Behemoth to get that extra level of guts. Same with Glitch.
Waiting
Spear's
for
got
orders.
nothing, and Zap. Oh man, now I need to make some decisions. Okay, so do I want Zap to be a good single target, which would mean breaching shot, or do I want him to be Master Technician, mechs piloted by this mech warrior, gain +1 initiative, and remove 1 bar of stability damage when reserving? He normally sits in the trebuchet. I think we're going to go down the gunnery path with him.
Training confirmed, Commander.
Ready for orders.
And then we can upgrade Motley, so the question there would be, do I want to keep going for an even spread like this, or do I want... I mean, I can also just sit and wait, because I have a feeling his salary is going to go up if I confirm that, but... let's just keep him going up regular levels. Let's see what happens with the salary.
Mech warrior training.
Yep, it goes up. So that's actually... this is an interesting thing for me to remember, which is not to upgrade mech warriors that are sitting in medbay, because it basically just like, in this case, I've just spent 9,000 C-bills, which I don't need to, on a guy who's going to be resting up.
Waiting for orders.
But yeah, in terms of Glitch, we're going to max her out on gunnery first, and then we'll just move everything else up. There is a temptation to move her tactics up as well for the called shots. Actually, I think there's a particularly strong argument for the bonus tactic, or for maxing out tactics first, because we never use her for piloting or guts. Like, the recoil penalty doesn't apply to the mechs that she uses. Anyways, that's something to solve after the contract. We'll take the money from the pirates. I'm not going to go 0 picks, because if there's an autocannon, if there's an AC2, I want to snap it up. But otherwise... And then again, if the rookie winds up fried in the Jenner, we have lights that we can use. Otherwise, we paid too much for... Obviously, we paid too much for a single month of a rookie like that, but you never know. The aim on this one, this is really a Band-Aid recruit, so I'm not going to... if they last, sure, I'll put the money into to moving them up, but this is really somebody who's going to be sitting in the training simulator more than anything, and just dealing with the fact that I've been taking too many hits to my main mercs. This is also one where I'm more willing than the others to do a withdraw. The mercenary, I do need to keep my reputation with the mercenary review board up, but my reputation with the pirates I'm perfectly willing to immolate. Again, it would be nice to get the pay, because we put the Liao missions cash straight into we put it straight into repairing the Centurion.
Command interface initiated.
We're facing professionals, so we should expect well-armed and disciplined opposition. We picked up some comm signals in the region. That's where we should start looking. Keep them off balance and be careful, Commander. That's pretty close. This case, we'll just start with Spear. We'll take her straight up the road, because we know
Heading out.
Okay, so got some
Reporting enemy
contacts.
contact.
We don't even know what that is yet. I'm curious. Yes, I can get Glitch into a good high position, so we'll start with that.
Taking the high road.
It'll be nice to have her in the woods as well, but... and then, of course, my Shadowhawk is one of my primary tanks, and then the Trebuchet sort of sits back and just lobs missiles at people, so we'll try and keep him in the woods. I'm willing to have him engage in closer range a little bit more because of the cold climate and the fact that he's got missiles, but...
Ready for orders.
You know what? On this one, I think I'm willing to reserve, because this guy's almost certainly going to come in closer, and we've got a lot of chevrons. Okay.
Ready for orders.
Behemoth's probably not going to get eyes on anyone, so it looks like Spear's going to have to potentially take some risk. Yeah, this is definitely a risky move for the Jenner, but we're going to have people to back up. So we've got an Enforcer and a Vindicator coming after. This thing's standing still and it's not guarded, so we'll start with a quick precision strike and just try and take out one of the legs.
Firing throw compliment on enemy.
Again, it's one of my worst mech warriors doing that, but we'll start it off right for... Ooh, they've also got a Trebuchet. So again, I'm not too worried about the Jenner here because we specifically got their evasion up. But
I hear ya.
it's now time for Glitch
Coordinates received.
to do her magic. Nobody's really in any kind of guarding position right now, so I think in this case we'll just do a good old-fashioned strike on the Enforcer.
Orders.
Okay, no woods to get her in yet. What I am going to do, though, is I'm at least going to take advantage of some cover from the Trebuchet. Now, the Trebuchet is going to be something that I'm worried about because it's going to pick someone, and there's really no convenient target. There's nobody who I really want the Trebuchet to be firing at. But for now, we've softened up the Enforcer, and it's got an AC-10 and a large laser. That's definitely something that can cause some trouble for me. So in this case here, we're just going to try and cause it some misery.
I'm receiving you.
Okay, so we can't have hot Trebuchet on Trebuchet action, but at the very least we can get him a little bit closer to the engagement in the forest. And now we unleash Heck.
Firing on target.
This is partly just hoping that I knock him over, but that's probably a little too much to hope for right now. Okay, it's definitely a tough hit on the Jenner, but it's not dead, so...
Reporting internal damage.
Now, this
Ready for
great
orders.
temptation is to do a little something like this. Oh god, I can't believe I'm doing this.
Engaging jump jet.
I'm not going to be able to fire a lot at it, but being able to stick a knife in his back, it's hard to say no. I'm not gonna try and push it. We're just gonna do a straight single medium laser
Air
shot.
armor it is.
Yeah, fair enough. How you doing, Outworld? Guys, for those of you who do not know him, Outworld is a wonderful partnered streamer who is currently doing a Mech Warrior sort of subathon. So he's been playing vanilla Battletech, which I'm playing here. He's been doing a lot of Mech Warrior 3 recently. He played the Sega Genesis version of Mech Warrior. A man of many talents and definitely a really entertaining guy, full stop. It's very easy to see why he is partnered. It's very easy to see why he's got a really, in my view at least, a very dedicated fan base.
Want some more? Huh?
And I don't know, it's just really fun to watch him. He also, one of the nice things is because he's in Australia, he tends to be streaming at times that are, yikes. I just gotta get that Jenner straight out. I mean, it served its job. There's no point in risking risking any more damage with him. Blow up something for you? I'm hopefully going to be taking this Enforcer out. It's already managed to unload some of the goodies on us.
Let's see how you like this.
I was really hoping for that leg. Alright, let's see what the Trebuchet has to offer. Oh, I hate you. Nope, nope, I'm happy.
Commander?
Alright, so we kind of committed to this.
Affirmative.
Nice. Okay, so the AC-10's down.
Critical hit, Commander.
The search for a Mad Cat is on. In base Battletech or in MechWarrior 3? Oh, sorry, you're talking about... Yeah, you are talking about this.
Orders?
That is very encouraging and fun. Good luck on your search for the Mad Cat. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to impose a cost on any... It's so hard, though. Okay, no, I am still going to try and keep the Jenner active. The thing is, I get a called shot on a mech on the ground. That's a really hard one to pass up. Yeah, I'm not overheating for it though. I know my limits.
Target acquired.
Ouch. I am a lucky son of a gun.
I'm showing minor damage. Good to go.
Okay, so pretty obvious what the target should be here.
Time to die.
And somehow we have not yet destroyed this thing's leg.
Internals are taking a beating.
Waiting for orders.
Okay. At this point, we're just going to hollow this thing out.
Here it comes. Hit him hard. One less target.
I'm receiving you.
Okay, so I'm going to move him a little bit deeper into the woods. This doesn't actually have any practical benefit. But if I can make this guy survive just a little bit longer, in this case, the question is, do I want to go for legs or do I want to go for a center torso? Let's try it for the legs again.
Locked on target.
Oh, it's on now.
That's the thing I'm really hoping for here. Is that Glitch is going to be able to run behind the Trebuchet and get a bunch of beautiful hits straight into its rear armor. Too hot. Alright. Guard and Trench remove all stability damage. Your next initiative is increased by 1. Not good enough. Nope, it knows exactly. Hey! You're not supposed to be listening to my comms. You can keep going after the Shadowhawk that's got bulwark in the woods. You can do that all day.
More of this.
Okay, so at this point I'm gonna... So I am gonna expose the rear armor to the Trebuchet. This is a little bit of a risky move, but it is also an attempt to try and distract them. Distract them from my own Trebuchet, which has taken a little bit of damage. So question number 1, can Glitch get a good rear shot? Probably not. So instead we'll do a precision strike. It's a really hot Trebuchet right now, so let's just go for the legs. And hope for the best.
Yep.
And now the real question here is for Zap, where am I gonna Where am I going to put him? In this case, we'll try and get a little bit of defense. I don't think the rocks are really going to do that much. Actually, I could have angled that a little bit better because my weak side is still exposed to the enemy trebuchet. But I can at least rain down. I think in this case we'll go for the center armor. And we get, basically we get to fire everything here. So, but the main one is to just try and knock this guy down.
Target's taking a critical hit.
So he's going to have to spend his turn standing up. I don't know if he'll be able to get any shots off, but... They hate that Jenner.
Commander.
Okay, so it's going to be particularly tricky with Spear here, because again, I want to be maximizing my chevrons. I am potentially exposing her to the trebuchet, but honestly, this is not the worst outcome that could be happening. So in this case, we'll... Oop, still only can fire one thing at a time, huh? Well, this time, in this case, we'll still do the we'll do the SRMs, because that's going to do a little more stability damage.
Roger that.
Okay, so that's the Vindicator spoken for.
Orders.
Alright, in this case I'm going to do the jump. I'd like to say I'm a very brave and strong mech warrior who is willing to have their back facing a trebuchet for a full LRM complement, but the fact is I'm not. Okay, so the PPC's down. This is actually less of a threat overall. I still need to deal with it though. So the question is, do I want to just go straight for the center, or do I want to try and take out the legs and get some better scrap? Let's just finish the job. I realize alpha striking into the center on a somewhat weakened mech is not exactly the best scrap move, but I think there is something to be said for getting a little evasion. But I've had these really terrible replies from opponents when I've tried to get too cute with conserving attacks. So.
Acknowledge.
Okay.
Waiting on you, Commander.
So presumably she can't do some beautiful death from above and save the day. So. Instead, we'll unleash hell.
Tell me what to shoot.
So again, he's going to be able to get his reply in, but if he doesn't guard this turn, then we knock him down and it's game over for him. Cool.
Let's get this done, folks.
Okay, so as usual, we need to maximize the movement first. It's not very effective in combat that way, but that's not the point. The point is so I can deliver some SRMs and do the more stability damage.
Roger.
Now they're still going to be able to make their move. Oh, that's right. They're actually going to be able to make their move, which means their stability will go even further. I should have started with the Trebu. Well, no, if I didn't start with the Jenner... Yeah, if I didn't start with the Jenner, I think the Trebuchet would have moved anyway. But seeing as they are now removed as a threat, I'm going to go for the precision strike. Let's go for the weak leg. Yeah, I was hoping to fire everything, but we'll see if we can knock him down. Not quite enough, but they have lost their evasive. So that's good news here, and I'll just close in with the Shadowhawk. there's going to be a little bit of repairing to do, but nothing too critical, assuming that nothing catastrophic happens here.
Given everything I've got.
So this guy should be knocked down. Oh, not quite.
Target's taken a critical hit. I hear ya. Uh-huh.
I wish the trebuchet was this tough when I'm piloting it.
Let's do this.
Okay, so I'm a little less scared of the trebuchet right now. I think I'm just gonna do a normal run with the Jenner. Now that could be famous last words depending how the turn goes, but let's oh, I should have enabled more attacks. That's bad.
Receiving you.
This guy moves after everyone else, so in this case, let's just do good old-fashioned beatdown. I'm not going to stand in front of my...
Aye, aye. Ugh. Mech destroyed.
Good work, Commander. I've signaled our employers that their operations are safe for now.
Mission successful.
All right. So apparently, when we work for the bad guys, we do better. That went real well. Seems like we did the right thing calling you in, mercenary. Glad to see we both came out ahead today. So we made a little bit less because the pirates hate me, but so we've got again just mostly some minor structural damage to repair. Shouldn't be too much of a worry. Tough call. I mean, I might want like the LRM or the large laser. It's usually good to get mechs though, so. We wound up with the Vindicator anyway, medium laser, small laser, a couple of jump jets. Again, nothing too crazy, but then that's why the whole point of taking one piece of scrap was if I found an AC2. If I don't find an AC2, then I'm not going to do anything. So, first thing is we're going to repair some of our mechs. And then I'm going to see what I can do contract-wise. So this guy's looking for 2 days of repairs. The Jenner is looking... Okay, so we're 4 days of repairs and 12 days on Beefeater. I am putting those ahead of the Phoenix Hawk. Okay, so practically as far as contracts and financial reports are concerned. So we got 22 days on the financial report. We can do Lost Air, which is kind of just for the money at this point. And then our next options are Smithin, Trap Sprung, or Training Day. Now, Training Day... See, this is a neat one because we only need one mech warrior for this. But it is a 2.5 skull mission. So the money's really good, but it's also one where I can potentially lose my very good mech warrior. So I will debate about it. As it turns out, it's 18 days. So we're looking at 4 days for repairs in the worst case scenario. So just shy. So what we're going to do here is we'll let the trebuchet get the repairs for sure. And then we will bring a different light mech in to replace the Jenner for the next mission. Oh! I absolutely did not... I want to see where the autosave... See, the problem here is that Spear's out of action, so... Oh, and that's the event resolution, so... That sucks. I don't know if this is a lesson for UI design or what, but I really feel like you shouldn't even be able to mistakenly hit an option. Okay, actually that's not so bad, so I'm going to have to do some of the extra repairs and whatnot. The problem is I may not trigger the event now, but... Okay, let's try that again. Of course, the other thing is I don't actually need to have everything in full repair to do these kinds of missions. It just, once I start letting those standards get lax, I feel like that's really when I'm going to start suffering. I also forgot. One day. I can check my mech warriors, but it's not going to matter until I go for the contracts. So, yes. Okay. So now we do Lost Heir. The scion of a Capellan mercantile concern has been missing for months. We suspect a kidnapping by the pirates, but there's no ransom demand. A local group of sympathizers on Kimmy recently picked up a garbled message from the Scion indicating that she's being held in a pirate facility there. Our intel failed to trace her to Kimmy, so any loyal mechs are several jumps away. We need your help to extract her. Looks like the Capellan Confederation is really over a barrel here. My kind of customer. Alright, there are a few mercenaries House Liao trusts with a task like this, Commander. Make certain our faith is not misplaced and we can both profit from this. So my expenses have definitely crept up because of the light mechs in my bays. I feel like I'm going to wind up regretting this for 252 for 17 on salvage. Well, you know what? Let's try that. Okay. So if I really want to bring another heavy mech into the fray, I've got my backup Centurion. Thing is, it's in the hands of an inexperienced pirate. Oh, okay. Inexperienced. That's one thing I can fix right away.
Commander.
So let's make you better at shooting first, piloting second, yeah, and guts. Again, it's kind of generic, but in this case, it's raising the floor of the talent pool. So I have a slightly more armored Centurion to bring to the fight, if I so choose. I think I'm actually just going to bring the Spider on this one. It's a tough call, but I think the ability to scout really counts for something here. But this does mean that I'm going to have to focus a lot on like knocking down enemies and focus firing, because effectively I've got three mechs here. I also don't think this is... I think this is going to be like Badlands. I don't think this is an Arctic world. I should have double-checked that. It says a Capellan, but I want to say it's an acapellan.
Command interface initiated.
No, that's definitely not Badlands. This is a straightforward retrieval. Locate the VIP and get to the evac zone. First step, find our target and the location of the last known signal. And extract safely. Keep the mech carrying the VIP in one piece. Best of luck, Commander.
This reminds me of my childhood, back on the farm.
Affirmative.
Okay, so at this point, everybody's just gonna run straight up.
On my way. Time to earn our money.
So the good news is, if we can make it, it's a nice high ground advantage for us. Nope, that's going to be high ground advantage for the enemy. So I'm going to want to focus on sort of this tree area and possibly hide behind the rocks if it comes down to that.
Orders.
So Spider will not be able to save itself here.
Moving to position.
We'll at least knock down one evasion chevron, but
Firing full complement on enemy.
the rest are going to be moving up.
Orders.
Okay, Behemoth always goes up the middle, so
Moving out.
that's fine. I'm saving Glitch for last just because I feel like the PPC is kind of the thing. That's the one I want to be the star.
Copy that.
I normally wouldn't waste ammo on such a low probability to hit shot, but I don't think I've ever had Behemoth run out of ammo during a shot. Okay, this is the full lance we're up against, so I need to be
What can I do for
careful.
you?
Now, there is something of an argument for me to be using my jump jets here so that I can get Glitch into a good position.
Roger that. Firing on target.
They're not the only guy I brought. Okay, that's a Vindicator that just fired that. Almost certain.
Waiting for orders.
And again, Zap's got... So the nice thing about Zap is that because they've got the LRMs, they can afford to sort of go around the rocks like that. But obviously I want him in the forest as soon as possible. Alternatively, I want him in the water so that he can cool down. But at some point we're going to have to get to an evac zone if I don't want to wipe these guys out.
Engaging target.
Oh, it's on now.
So again, I want my focus to be on moving the Spider maximum each round. Hopefully I can tickle the edge of the tree line.
Yes, Commander.
Ooh, just outside of range. Do I want the extra chevron, or do I want... I think I'll live with the 3.
Moving out.
That might be famous last words, though.
Roger that.
So as you can see, right, the penalty for them not moving their javelin is the fact that they're now a really ripe target for my... Alright, that's definitely going to be a jump jet back that I do.
Minimal damage on that hit. I hear ya.
If I make Glitch jump again... I mean, none of the opportunities are really screaming out at me as really good ones, but...
Ready, set.
I do want her on that high ground as soon as possible. So let's go for the weak leg.
Time to die. Waiting for orders.
So if I want to split my attention and do something to the flea, I can. I do think it's better for me to move Behemoth up here, though, because of the trees. So again, we'll focus down the javelin.
Firing full complement on. Solid connection on that one.
I'm assuming this is a tougher one that's going to be coming up.
Standing by.
I don't exactly want to move him all that close to the engagement, but I do need to get him in the trees, so the risk here is that I've just put the trebuchet in play with the flea. But in exchange, I'm able to do quite a bit to this javelin.
Acknowledge. This just in. Critical hit.
So there's basically no armor left anywhere on that thing. I'm happy with that. Okay, I was not expecting more than one oh no, that wait!
Systems holding.
Oh, it's the next round. Okay.
Waiting for
So yeah,
orders.
I probably should have been a little more thoughtful about that. So the jump is an obvious move there. Now see, this is tempting, but I put myself in melee range of a potentially scary mech. Yeah, see, the evasion from all of this is really attractive, but I think I'm just going to do one of these. And I mean, it's a low chance of hitting, but we can potentially take this thing out. Well, it's 31. Yeah, I mean, the logic that says the leg is lost. Now if I go for the other leg, though. Yeah, so if I go for the right leg, I only need one of those to hit. Now, you know what? Let's go for the center.
Aye, aye.
So that would have been able to take the leg, but it's fine. It's going to do a melee? I mean, it's not a bad move because that's going to force at least one of these guys to reply.
Receiving you.
You know what?
Commander.
I prefer this move.
Coordinates.
I'm going to be putting my back to an unknown mech, which is not great, but it does let me bully that flea.
Inflicted some heavy damage.
That is a hunchback. Either I didn't notice that, or... Ooh, yeah, okay. That guy is all of a sudden a very big priority. How you doing, Dublin Poppy?
Internals are taking a beating. Standing by.
Okay.
Got it, Commander. Firing.
At this point, I don't really care what I hit. I just want to cause some misery on that hunchback. And that was Vindicator. So I definitely can't afford to have my back turned
My
anymore.
internals are taking a beating. Good to go.
Okay, so the question is, do I go to finish the job on the hunchback? Do I try... I mean, at least the spider's going to be able to go mano-a-mano with the Vindicator. So I think in this case here, I'm going to... I think in this case, I'm actually going to make the move on the hunchback. What's soft? Not a whole heck of a lot, so we'll go for the legs.
Firing everything I've got. Let's hit him hard.
Of course, everybody's running hot now, so I also need to keep that in mind.
Standing by.
As always, we need to do a max move for the light mech. My heat is pretty high. Again, getting in close is definitely a scary proposition right now, but I do need somebody in the fight. So... No, I don't want to waste resolve on this because I want to be legging the hunchback.
Locking in all weapon systems.
Well, surely the pilot will die out of that, yeah.
Hope we can salvage that.
The other temptation is to melee the hunchback. No, that's going to be a lot of heat damage. Oh, maybe not.
Internal structure damage. Yes, Commander.
Okay, so
I copy. Locked on for physical attack.
that was very lucky.
Critical hit, Commander.
But the obvious step now is to try and go for the other leg. So they're probably going to get a back shot on the Shadowhawk, but that was still worth it. Especially because the Shadowhawk might be able to just use its jump jets and get a rear shot on the Vindicator if it comes down to it.
Waiting for orders.
So, yeah, the really tough call here is whether or not I want Glitch to risk the... Nah, I'm gonna risk the heat. I shouldn't because the Flea will just wreck me for that, but...
Uh-huh. Another hit like that and you're toast.
Ready for orders.
Okay, so obviously the Trebuchet's getting pretty toasty here. So I want whatever opportunity I can to cool down and still create misery for that Hunchback. So we're out of cover, but of course the major risk to the Trebuchet is on the ground right now, so... Not a great probability, but something to work with. Well, whatever it was, it hit a lot of internal. I don't know what that spider did to them, but... Okay.
Ready for orders.
God, there are so many possibilities here. I think in this case, though, I'm gonna keep focusing on the Flea. So max I can get is 5 chevrons. I can sacrifice the 1 and still get shots on everyone. Now I do have some internal structure exposed, so this is still a risk. But if they're going to dedicate... So there's two important things about this move. Number one, it's over here. So this means they're going to be taking their attention away from Glitch and the Trebuchet in order to focus on the light mech, the Spider. It's pretty... That's a pretty incredible story if they do that. The Flea's lost its large laser, so that's good news. The drawback is it's heavy, or it's full armor everywhere else. But it does mean I'm not going to use the precision strike on this one.
Locking in all weapons.
Nope, well, whatever it was, it went internal. The one thing I'm dreading is if they go after Glitch, but it looks like they don't. It is still a smart move to cook the Spider.
Reporting. I'm generating a lot of heat, Commander.
Okay, so
Commander.
do I want to keep trying the beatdown on the Hunchback? Do I want to try something more clever?
Ready for orders.
Waiting
on you,
So
Commander.
realistically, what are we looking at for precision from Glitch? So she can't attack where she is right now. Physical attack would not be the worst thing in this scenario. But I want to see what damage I can do on this leg.
Special delivery. There's more where that came from.
This fresh Vindicator's probably got to feel pretty insulted about what's going on right now. Wow! Well, they were a cheap replacement, so...
Waiting for orders.
So my question is, do I still go for the safety of the forest? Yeah, there's some possibilities here.
Aye, aye.
Oh, I only get back shots? I wouldn't have taken that if I'd known. I really wanted to go for that other leg. Alright, well.
Acknowledged.
I'm receiving you.
Should at least move him, but...
Position confirmed.
Again, that AC-10 is begging to shoot Zap. Oh, and that leg's not available. That's a pity. Well...
Affirmative.
Alright, well... Pretty sure we just lost the autocannon there.
We can do this! Let's go!
So we did just lose a mech warrior in order to do a pretty standard kill on Hunchback. But it was a replacement, so
Good to
that
go.
makes it okay.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, I'm disappointed that Glitch isn't able to do more against the flea, to be honest. In what were... Oh, no, I get it. Okay, so the good news is that they don't have their primary armament in the form of the flamer, so I'm gonna turn my back to him for the time being. We'll fire whatever we can at the Vindicator. But this... Oh, okay, apparently I can do everything. Not worth a precision strike, though. This is just to soften him up. And I think I'm going to get Behemoth in for a melee attack if I can. I am surprised that they're going after Glitch there, because Glitch is well protected in the woods, and the Trebuchet is going to be the thing that's causing them the problem. So the aim right now is to take out the Vindicator. Excuse me, like to take out the Vindicator on the ground before the flea gets itself involved in the battle again. So we're going to punch it in the back.
Roger that.
The one drawback about this is that it's not... Ooh, it's not going to be doing damage on the stuff I really want to.
Solid connection.
But it is going to mean that Zap is going to be able to make it cry with a bunch of missile damage. And we are starting to get a little low on the LRMs, but I mean, this is exactly why we made them. So do I want the leg or do I want the center? I think we'll go for the... yeah, we'll go for the center.
Engaging target.
I probably should have just made it a general hit.
Come on, Net Warriors! It's go time!
So again, we'll see what the flea goes up to this round.
Orders. Targeting for physical attack.
Pretty sure that was not a center hit.
Commander?
So this doesn't give me a lot of evasion, but this does keep me in the woods and gives me a clear shot on the enemy. So precision strike straight into the center.
Affirmative.
Now, presumably they're going to be able to move to get some of that stability. No, interesting. Okay, so that's right, because they already took their move. Again, still going for a little bit of evasion, but the whole point of this one's going to be to try and knock them down. I don't think I get a precision shot this time. Nope.
Locked on target.
That looks like a lot of center damage.
One less target.
Let's get fired up! There's work to do!
I'm still mad I didn't get to take that Hunchback home. So of course the aim here is going to be to try and take the flea in melee combat if I can.
Receiving you.
I know it has a flamer,
Headed
but
out.
well, that's going to make him a bit of an easier target.
Scored a critical hit.
No, and incapacitated, so Now we get to sprint to the objective. And sure, the Shadowhawk is a perfectly reasonable,
Move order received.
escort mech. You're in the area of the last known signal. Hold position and give the VIP a chance to board one of the mechs. I suppose the trebuchet would have been better. Commander, the area has been cleared. Darius has given me the green light to land immediately. Hold position. Okay, so let's see if the rookie got... So again, I'm not at all really worried if I lose the rookie here because I know that we're going to be moving systems anyway. My bigger worry is that the costs of repairing the spider are going to be greater than the payout that I got. Spear was killed in action, so we're going to be replacing 2 medium lasers in the center of a spider. A little bit of repair on the Shadowhawk and Trebuchet, but nothing too dramatic. And what are we looking at here? So, well, we will get 1 hunchback bit. Again, we don't have the AC, unfortunately. There is some ammo. Might be tempting to bring along. And we could theoretically finish off a javelin, but I'm going to let that go to chance. So in this case, let's bring the AC-20 ammo. So we did indeed get a javelin part. And then, unfortunately, none of the replacement medium lasers, so we'll be working into the reserves for that a little bit, but we have no shortage of medium lasers, so that's fine. So financially, this month has been so-so.
That mech you asked for is cleared for fighting.
The JVN-10F Fire Javelin packs 4 medium lasers on a 30-ton chassis. No ammunition worries, but there can be heat issues if you aren't careful with the jump jets. Our mech warriors are gaining experience and you need your guidance, Beefeater. If you head to the barracks, you can direct their training. Spear has died. So, who was Spear? Spear was Roe Buchanan. They were a recruit, 2 deployments, 3 injuries taken, 1 mech kill. And they were a Liao commoner. Died by PPC from a Vindicator. We're not going to hire anyone because everybody should be healed in time for our next deployment. So first priority, of course, are the Shadowhawk and the Trebuchet. What are we looking at for spider repairs? All right, that was almost the payday for the mission, but we are still in the black, so. What I am going to do, though, I believe I should be able to put this in storage. Yes. So no point in having those. No point in having those create liabilities on our balance sheet. Let's move the Trebuchet up. Yeah, you know what? Doesn't really matter what the order is here, but on the odd chance that something goes wrong. So the priorities basically work out here. Trebuchet, Shadowhawk, and Jenner are things I can actually deploy. Phoenix Hawk is something I want to be able to deploy. Centurion is a long job, that's why that one's waiting. And then the Spider, again, is irrelevant because of the Jenner. The Blackjack's at the bottom of the pile because even though it is Beefeater's main mech, we still do not have an AC2 to equip on it, so it's a little pointless. It's not going to be running at full capacity. One other thing I will check out in the mech bay, though. It says task in progress, so I'm probably not going to be able to look at the details. So while we're at it, though, I'm going to do a quick save. We'll just take a look at the state of all of our mechs. It is really cool that you get to pick sort of different pate schemes and whatnot for your battle mechs. I'm kind of letting the game do the random assignment. I originally wanted to custom design each of these here, but And then, of course, the most important thing, I do actually need to sign for the contract. So in this case, we're going to go to Trap Sprung rather than Training Day. It is tempting to do Training Day because it is such a big payday, and we are going to have some pretty mean mechs ready to go. In particular, the fact that the Phoenix Hawk is going to be able to replace the Jenner. But I think in this case here, we'll go for Trap Sprung just for a little bit of extra cash. And then we'll see where we're at after Trap Sprung to try Training Day. And then after that, we might do a priority mission. Again, at this one, we used to have like 5 million C-bills in the bank. And again, the funds were not like poorly used. We did wind up with a Highlander part, even though it did cost us 1 million C-bills. So like, it's hard to say that I'm unhappy about the reasons why our funding is where it is, but I do like to have a lot of cash in the bank, specifically because if there's something cool that I get the opportunity to pick up, I want to be able to leverage that right away. So again, we cleared out the missions that were reasonably easy money on the main world. As far as our staff, as long as we have 5 mech warriors, I'm pretty happy. Now, of course, Motley is going to be lying on his back for most of the time, so in practice this is just 4. But it is kind of the main group plus Zap. So except for Decker, we're roughly where we are for staffing. And of course, everything is expensive because everybody's getting better. This is why I'm not very sad to be losing Spear, because Spear was basically a body to help out while Beefeater was in recovery. So we're getting a number of reports from agents on the ground. Powerful mech sporting Taurian colors. A single mech operating on its own out in the middle of nowhere sounds like a trap. Our plan is to spring this trap to see who comes to investigate. Engage the mech, intercept the forces of the Taurian Concord sends to defend it, and destroy all of them. Forewarned is forearmed, sure, but it's still meant to be a trap. This could get dicey. Now, the big question is, do I want to go for the cash or not? I think in this case here, I mean, 1-7 scrap isn't great, but if I go to 1-5, well, you know what? Yeah, fewer random draws. I'm willing to go a little more cash heavy on this one. The big thing is that you can sell salvage, but I never do. So in this case, I'm going to go a little weaker on the salvage here. So we've come a long way together, old friend, but I fear I have another favor to ask of you. Our fortunes are married together. Aid us, and we will aid you, as it's always been. We would not ask this of a lesser ally. So Taurians are probably pretty mad at me at this point because I keep attacking their units, but honestly, they don't give me any good contract, so that's their problem.
Network order is complete, boss. Top-notch work, if I may say.
Okay, structural repair is complete. Part of my ship upgrade strategy here has just been to go for the cheap stuff. So obviously 360,000 C-bills is not what I want to be spending right now. And I mean, structural reinforcement will be helpful in the future, just like repair and refit. Well, actually this one, yeah, +3 tech points, improved automation. That one is one I think I should actually go for. Drive repairs would be nice to get the, obviously to be able to get the... Oh, hang on. This gives me access to a whole bunch more stuff. So I need beta pod for that. Oh, that's a really expensive one, though. But I mean, those investments are the ones that wind up helping me move down from extravagant. I'm not quite ready to go on that yet. But being able to get the extra tech points is definitely one that I want. So repairs of the mech bay have unearthed a much more extensive system of mech maintenance automation than Yang previously suspected. Once it's back online, many common tasks will become trivial. There's machines hidden in the walls under the floor panels. I don't even know what half of it does, but I turned one on and it built a meglec before I was able to shut it off. We make these work, we'll be moving mechs out of repair in record time.
All right, I'll get the team on it right away.
So obviously some improvements to med bays would be nice as well. But I don't want to spend the $1 million on the beta pod quite yet. Shadowhawk online. Jenner online. So again, part of the whole plan here has been about making the most of the travel to Weldery. This is one reason I'm not rushing to upgrade the jump jets. I was a little worried for a moment there. For those of you interested in some of the Battletech like lore and whatnot, so hyperspace travel works with these things called jump ships. So essentially, what you need to do with your your dropship is you need to attach yourself to a ship that is capable of faster than light travel, and as it turns, this is revealed inside of the beginning of the game, but communication is actually quite difficult in this period because there is what's known as the HPG network, but that is run by an organization known as Comstar, which is a semi-religious organization and has actually kept quite a bit of technology hidden. So majority of communication in the Inner Sphere is actually through what you might see sort of in the Age of Discovery, that if you want to find out what's happening in the colonies, you need to hear from a ship that's been in that area. And so that's kind of what's going on inside of these little travel sequences, is that you are accessing a network of jump ships, which is what's allowing you to move from system to system. But in the end, you do not have these FTL. Like it would not be. I don't think it's standard for a mercenary company to have access to to have their own jump ship. And I think there's something to the effect of that, because jump ships effectively can't be built, or at least are very difficult to build, that there's sort of the unspoken expectation that these are not the targets of a battle. Anyways, an argument draws you into the mess hall. Glitch stares towards you, red-faced and scowling. Commander, I hate to bother you with this, but Behemoth is slacking off again. We're supposed to share garbage detail, but share? You want me to share? Commander, this asshole is the reason we're on cleanup duty in the first place. She acts like she's my boss. Just last week, she filed 24 complaints with the XO and got us both on garbage detail. And she did it over nothing. An infraction's an infraction, Glitch sneers. If you stop messing up, I'll stop reporting you. I kind of want to reprimand Behemoth, but she's already rebellious, so in this case we'll address both Warrior's shortcomings, and they'll both hate me as a result. Do I look like your babysitter? You fix each McWarrior with a stern look. Get your shit together and work this out like adults if you want to deploy anytime soon. But you raise your hand to silence Glitch. If you can't handle this petty dispute, how can I trust you on the battlefield? You shake your head. I want to hose you out of a cockpit. The mech warriors share a look, cheeks reddening with embarrassment now instead of anger. They both promise to work out their problems, nearly speaking in unison. The next day, Darius pulls you aside, eyes wide with astonishment. Commander, the garbage cans are sparkling. They're downright lemony fresh. This is a miracle. What did you say to Glitch and Behemoth? You chuckle. I just told them that they were what they needed to hear. Glitch has gained the following tags: dependable, and Behemoth has lost the following tags: rebellious. That's encouraging. Oh, neat. Okay, so Glitch, criminal, inner sphere, federal, brave, and dependable. Behemoth, criminal, inner sphere, military spacer, Lyrian, and brave. Known to be reliable and rebellious was this pilot, makes their own way in the world, and doesn't like authority or rules. Right. So 3 days before Beefeater comes online, and then we're not going to have any... I don't think we're going to have any mechs available before we get to Weldry. So it's a really tough call here. So Centurion's going to take 2 days to repair if I let it run. No, I should do this. So there was sort of an argument that I had, well, if I move the Spider up, I'll be able to use it on Weldry in a pinch. But I don't want to use it in a pinch. I actually want to have the Centurion online first. So, and finally, Beefeater can also get some time in the training sim. This is probably my last chance to make some money this financial period, so let's make it count. We've arrived on Weldry, Commander, ready to proceed with our current contract. Not yet, because I'm going to upgrade my mech warriors.
Commander.
Behemoth is ready for extra point of guts. Whether or not that's the smartest choice is another matter.
Training complete.
Good to
Glitch
go.
is ready for extra point in gunnery. That's always a good idea.
Commander.
Motley's
What
got
can I do
nothing,
you for?
and
Yes,
Zap. I think we said we were going to move for breaching shot on him, so
Mech warrior training complete.
I'm assuming that's going to hurt the This is a little bit of a paranoid save, but just because we got a whole bunch of maintenance and whatnot done, I don't want to have some kind of like a crash on the loadout. Okay, also, I wish I remembered the difficulty of the contract. It's 2 skull. It's a straight up battle, so your objective is to engage and defeat a lance of enemy units. This is a stand-up fight, so frontline combat units are recommended. So this is the really tough call that I have here now. I can go Phoenix Hawk and give that sort of like, it'll be the first time I get to try this thing out, but if it goes particularly badly, it means I'm not going to have it available for the harder fight. But you know what? I'm actually kind of interested to see how Beefeater handles this one. Because with the tactics, it means that I'm going to be able to use the machine gun on the weak areas. So it's not... This isn't exactly what I would consider to be my standard loader. Also, for some reason, I seem to think that Zap has Bulwark when he doesn't. He's got sensors, so he's actually he's much better suited for scouting than Beefeater is. The thing is, do I really want to keep Beefeater in the Trebuchet? And the answer to that is, well, normally yes. Nah, you know what? I am going to keep him in the Phoenix Hawk because of that extra initiative. Thing is, just right now, I don't think the Phoenix Hawk is the right choice. But I do prefer the idea of the Centurion in the background as a follow-up. And I definitely don't want to put any of these guys in a Jenner for this one. Though there is a sneaky thing I can say is like putting the main character in like the squishy mech. The worst that happens is they're just out for an extended period of time.
Command interface initiated.
Right, we're in the area where the Taurian mech was sighted. Move up and make contact. Let's see what sort of trap this is. Stay alert, Commander. Or Oliveira out. Alright, so they said this guy was a scout. Let's use him as a scout.
Coordinates received.
Acknowledged.
So I won't use any missiles on the thing until we know what the others are. So I think in this case I'm actually going to reserve. I want to see what this guy does before anything else.
Standing by. Standing by.
So all those delightful chevrons paid off. Okay, so the question is, who do I want to work down the movement ahead of time? So normally I would have gotten Beefeater in here for the... see, it runs hot, but... Ooh. Those are some interesting possibilities. Alright.
Engaging jump jets.
Let's see where this goes.
Engaging target.
Good to go.
And it's a big scary mech, so there's a side of me that wants to try and take out the legs if possible.
Good to go. Coordinates received. Copy that.
There's a welcome head hit.
Commander,
And at this point, we're just going to put Zap.
onward.
Zap in the woods. Now, of course, if the reinforcements come from behind, then I'm in serious trouble. But at this point, we'll just drop the LRMs. I don't think it'll be enough to knock them over, but we'll see if it happens.
I think I hit something good.
I've got eyes on hostile reinforcements. They're heading your way.
Okay, so the question is, do I want to keep my chevrons until I can see what's going on next? I think I am actually going to save them until number 2.
Standing by.
There is it's a ballsy move, but there's actually a side of me that really wants to get this Phoenix Hawk in on a physical attack just to make this guy more unstable.
Enemy detected.
It also helps me with the heat generation.
Holding for tactical advantage.
So yeah, this is bold, but this might have a big payoff.
Engaging physical attack. Enemy mech. Critical
Not
damage
quite enough to
detected.
knock him over the edge, but
Moving to position.
God, this is a tough call. So yeah, we'll do that.
Splitting fire on multiple targets.
So the LRMs are just to knock it down. Yeah. This is more of a attack of opportunity as far as the Locust was concerned.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, so if possible, Glitch is gonna... Oh, I can't make her split her attention because then I won't be able to take out the Thunderbolt. So let's just finish the job.
And stay down.
And again, because of the physical attack with the Phoenix Hawk, that means that he's going to be in a slightly better position next round as far as heat is concerned. So we've got a 50-ton that we need to think about, and another 20-ton. But for now, let's try and make the we'll try and make the Locust sad. It's not the smartest thing in the world to throw,
Engaging target.
throw ammo at something with that much evasion, but it's got very weak armor, so I can live with it. So I think I'm willing to reserve on this one because the Locust, I can't physically attack the Locust. I might be able to DFA it, but of course that means I'm going to be dedicating time to repairing my Phoenix Hawk, which I don't want to do. So in this case, we'll do the reserve. We'll let the 20-tonners make their moves, and then I'm probably going to wind up in a better position to hurt the Locust when the time comes. I want to be careful because this armor is not going to last forever.
Damage minimal.
Interesting. So the whole point of that was to make sure he was hard to hit. Both of these are going to be pretty hard to hit, but I'm at least going to give myself a choice of targets. So, pair of Locusts, got a 50-ton, there's another 20-ton hiding in the background. In this case, I think we'll go for the shots we can take. I do need to make some picks in terms of what's going on with We'll just go for the center on this one. It's a low probability, but I know I'm not really going to have any other precision strike opportunities for the rest of this round. Yeah, it still did some internal damage.
Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
So I think what I want to do here is move Behemoth up. Ooh, a crab. Okay, I might want to get a little more defensive with my Phoenix Hawk now. It's served its role as a scout.
Receiving you. Affirmative.
This is definitely a point where I'm going to be willing to do some precision strikes. So again, the question is, do I want to try and take out the center, or do I want to try and go for the legs? The leg strategy's never really wound up working for me, but I'll still try.
Waiting on you, Commander. Uh-huh.
So I do eventually want to get her in the woods, but I'm going to need to create some kind of a threat on that locust.
I await your command. On my way.
This is more of an excuse not to fire the medium lasers and also make sure that the locust is not able to do too much to me. Ooh. I think we're going to target the center next. And again, a lot of this is just about knocking
Reporting critical hit.
knocking this guy down.
Warning. Armor low.
All right. I mean, the armor is not as bad as I thought it would be. This is definitely going to be a really aggressive move, but I'm willing to take the risk.
Engaging physical attack. Enemy mech.
Gotta watch those LRM silos. So this is kind of on the assumption that I'm going to be knocking down the crab this turn. Hey, the Eyes of Sin, how you doing? Okay. So,
I live to serve. Rolling.
I want to try and be a little thoughtful about how I play this. Okay, I only have the LRM, so in this case we'll just we'll open fire and let him get knocked down. Or possibly take out his center.
Oh, I like that.
Okay,
shot.
not enough to seal the deal, but we've got this thing down, which means it's not gonna... It's basically not gonna be bothering us anymore. So, the next question is, who has the more credible threat to the Locust? I think that's Glitch here, so let's try and get Behemoth in on delivering the coup de grace on the crab. Has your evening gotten better? Obviously, I don't want to like air the dirty laundry on the stream, but
Roger that.
cool. That is an X-Crab.
Target neutral.
And of course, we're in a fairly good position to do a lot of melee attacks on these
I
light
hear ya.
mechs. In fact, the only thing I wish was different,
Don't need to tell me twice.
I might wind up wasting some resolve, and I've got two fairly hard to hit targets here. I think I'll try and go for the precision strike. If we can leg this locust, that's going to be a thing of beauty.
Missile delivery.
Oh! Next best thing.
Gotcha.
So as long as he doesn't do anything to do internal damage to this Phoenix Hawk, this could not have been a better round.
Warning. Armor low.
All right. So
Engaging physical attack. Enemy mech destroyed.
that's all of them, Commander. Good shooting.
Mission successful.
This is probably going to be one where I regret not going for more scrap. Because that was the combination of the crab and the whatever the other mech was. I'm only going to be able to pick one of those. But, I mean, I chose the terms at the start of the contract. Excellent work, Commander. I was right to put my faith in you. You're a critical part of the restoration effort. So, 476,000 C-bills. No damage to anything but armor. I mean, that Phoenix Hawk's definitely looking... I know the armor is low, but that's very good to know that it was able to take a bit of punishment like that. That's going to be my new default scout. So the Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt is a heavy. Known for its superb heat management, the Thunderbolt 5SS hits hard at long range with its PPC, then closes in to disable or destroy its target with close range weaponry. The Crab, I believe, still counts as a medium. Yeah, so, I mean, the temptation for me is to go for the Thunderbolt. I do kind of want a Crab, but the Thunderbolt is too much, like, it's a better, heavier mech, and I actually want a heavy in my loadout, so random chance may give me the Crab. It's pretty unlikely, but yeah, we didn't get it. But at this point, I do kind of want to, even just probabilistically improving the chance of me, running into a heavy mech that I'll be able to scrap for parts later. At this point is a bit of a deal for me. Okay, so 2 days before the next financial report, let's see what. Oh, first of all, store. Is today the day I find an autocannon? No. No, there are no autocannons on Weldry. So let's go to the barracks. We are definitely going to do another mission before... we're going to do another mission before the financial period, so it makes sense to train people up if we can. Again, I'm saving up for top tier skills on pretty much everyone at this point. And I think even for Zap, we're going to go for the breaching shot. That seems to be the right move. So in this case, where everybody's stuck where they are skill-wise. So now we just have to see what contracts we've got available. I'll maybe just take a quick minute here. I don't want to do like a save every time I finish a mission, but that was actually particularly good. So Happy New Year, by the way, everybody. I haven't said that yet. I think we're on D now. Okay, so... Oh, hang on. I thought tag team was on Weldry. Okay, well, obviously it makes sense for us to go to Smithen then. It's the lowest risk contract, and it pays 1 million C-bills. So, proceed to Smithen, where you will assist the Restoration Army's efforts to liberate House Carosus. Early reports from our field observers suggest that a loadout featuring indirect fire capabilities and at least a moderate level of mobility could prove advantageous on this drop. Further details will be provided upon your arrival. So that's actually some decent intel, because that is more or less the group that I'm running with. I'll maybe just take a quick second here to see if we have any... So in terms of what we've got in reserve, we've got a Shadowhawk, the 2H. We've got a Firestarter, so that's a light. That's not really going to matter. We do have a replacement Blackjack. That's a 1DB. So what am I working with right now? BJ1. So... theoretically, if I were to bring another, let's just say mediums for now, so Doesn't actually give me a proper like loadout for what this thing would look like in a standard setup. That's slightly annoying. The 1DB, the BJ-1DB, the Federated Suns have revised the Blackjack into a dedicated fire support mech. The 1DB's 2 large lasers can burn through heavily armored targets at long range without sacrificing a medium mech's maneuverability. Well, that does solve a couple of problems that I have, and I've got 20 large lasers, so you know what? We will add... You know what, we'll wait until, I don't think it'll make a difference, but I'll wait until after the financial report, and then we'll bring one of those out of storage.
Ready to go over financials whenever you are.
Okay, so we paid $682,000 because of the extravagant costs. And again, this is kind of why I was resistant to adding the second mech bay, because a good majority of that is the fact that we have more mechs ready to go. Our staffing costs have also gone up, but that's kind of the way it's supposed to be in my view. So we're at 49 morale here. The max is 50. So what I'm going to do here is do generous, and that's going to reduce. So again, I could. Oh, hang on. I didn't realize that you could exceed the limit. I think I can afford another month of extravagant anyway. There's a temptation for generous, but in this case here, I actually kind of want... wait a minute. Kind of want to see what happens when I exceed. Oh, this is telling me how many months I would have at that rate. So yeah, I'll see what happens when I move morale above where it should be. But essentially part of this is just so that I can go back to normal, get all the benefits from Resolute, and see. So again, I'll get like tons of special abilities to run. But I'll still be paying substantially less in terms of my cost. So I will do one more of extravagant. Centurion's done. So now that we've paid the bills, we can go to the mech bay, and let's bring a Blackjack out of storage. So in terms of heavies, we've got a catapult, a Jaeger mech, a Thunderbolt, Dragon, and the quick draw. And then we've got a Cyclops and a Highlander for assaults, but I suspect those are going to be... We're going to be waiting a while for those to come online.
Got it.
So, let's put him above my existing Blackjack. Again, all of this will be academic because we'll... I didn't still accept the contract, did I? So my paranoid saving actually paid off this time. I should be reading these as they pop up. I'm just not sure which ones last long enough. So the Free Worlds League is the oldest of the successor states, founded by House Merrick in some year. Betrayed me. All right.
Calculating course now, Commander.
Engines primed. All hands prepare for transition to thrust gravity.
Ready to go over financials whenever you are.
I'm assuming we can't buy. Not that I would want to. Although, out of curiosity, what mechs were available? Yeah, I mean, Stalker's kind of nice, but... the Quick Draw would have... It's a heavy, so... but a little expensive given where my finances are for the company, so I think we will just sit and take our training on our way to Smithen.
That work order is complete, boss. Top-notch work, if I may say
Okay,
so.
that's a nice bonus because that means that our mechs will be repaired faster. So beta pod is really the thing that's holding everything else back. So structural reinforcement, the internal supports for the Argo spine are functional, but without significant rebuilding and reinforcement, the demands of 3 fully operational HAB pods will eventually torque it apart into scrap. So this is no inherent benefit. It just it gives me the presumably the option for more buildings. We can improve the drive system for 360. This is actually one point where I can save a little bit of money. It's 22 days, so we would actually be getting at least the tail end of that cut off. Yeah, 2 million is a non-starter. So part of the factor, part of my reckoning here is just what these different things cost. The structure is tempting because I didn't realize that I didn't realize I got more. In this case, though, I think I'm going to go for the improved jump. So travel time to and from jump points reduced by 20%. The Argo's drive was enough to get it off the surface of a low-gravity moon, but much of the supporting infrastructure was damaged in the escape, and running the drive at full power requires extensive repairs. Once the repairs are complete, the drive can generate 1.5 Gs of thrust. The Argo drive is only operating at a fraction of its potential, Commander. With some time and materials, I believe I can boost the output of the secondary fusion reactors. To put it simply, it'll make the Argo go faster. Hey, Alice Wonderland Gaming, thank you very much for that host, and hello everybody from the channel. Were you playing Battletech today? I guess I can technically check that myself, but it's nice to have a conversation topic. I hope you guys are doing well. Happy New Year. So the good news is we are going to be doing a main story mission here, so I'm going to be getting some cash for, or a decent amount of cash for doing it.
That work order you submitted is complete.
All right, all work orders complete, Commander. The crew is ready for the next job. So again, I'm probably not going to take the blackjack onto the... Wait. So I got the 2 Centurions, but where's the blackjack I wanted to...
Sure thing. We'll see that it's prepped and ready.
Again, this is going to raise my costs, but... Hello, Alice in Wonderland Gaming. Sorry if you didn't hear me say Happy New Year. How are you doing? What were you playing tonight? And hello, everybody from your channel. It's always nice to see and hear from you. Oop. Okay, I'm cheating. I'm actually taking a look. Oh no, I can't see it. What's going on? You're playing heavy metal? Wait, oh yes, the DLC. I was like, wait a minute, are you talking about like the heavy metal... the heavy... Sorry, I'm an idiot. Cool. How far have you... Are you doing a... I can't remember. Are you doing a career mode or a campaign playthrough? I haven't finished the campaign, so I figured this was an opportunity for me to do the work right now. Anyways, thank you very much. For those of you who do not know Alice Wonderland Gaming, obviously Battletech player, but... Oh, sorry, I saw Johnny just post. I think he's going to do a schedule soon. I think I've also seen you play Star Wars, the MMO. And I don't remember, I want to say Dungeon Keeper, but I don't think you were playing Dungeon Keeper. I think you were playing something that reminded me of Dungeon Keeper. Anyways, I always like recommending people who do the Paradox stuff, especially because obviously I don't get to do it as often as I like, although, you know, clearly we've been doing quite a bit of Battletech and Stellaris lately, and I figure that people who really just want to see that kind of content are going to be able to without, you know, a friendly face rather than just a strange random stream. Although I tend to find that most Paradox streamers are good as well. All right, all work orders complete, Commander. The crew is ready for the next job. Well, you said that the last time, and you turned out to be a liar. And it looks like, so even though it says it goes up to 51, it is capped at 50. So that's going to be some wasted money, but I'm going to accept the loss just for the education. Okay, so this is not really the blackjack I want to have running, and I tend to like going from the stock. So we've got a large and a medium on the arm. Presumably there's a bunch of heats, a bunch of heat sinks in the right torso. Now, one thing that's kind of neat, I think there were rules for this in the tabletop game. If you put your heat sinks in the legs, you get better cooling if you're in water. I don't know if that actually is a general rule or if that happens inside of this game, but I always think that's a neat little detail. Of course, in the rules, I also seem to remember you were able to completely submerge your mech, where you can't inside of this game. But yeah, so like if I was building this thing, I would have put the heat sinks in the legs and the jump jets in the torso. But again, I am really not inventive when it comes to any of my mechs, so I usually just go for the default loadout. You believe that's true in this game as well? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I probably should have done it differently then. Or are you talking about the full submerge? If you can fully submerge, I've not been doing it right. But that would not be the first time. Although there may be a benefit to having I don't know if there's supposed to be some kind of a benefit to having the jump jets in the legs, as far as movement is concerned.
Hey boss, we've just completed those upgrades.
So basically all of the money that we get from doing the Smithen mission will be going into our monthly expenses. Not exactly where I want to be, but we knew that going in, so... And I think, yeah, based on cost, we'll do the extra structure here.
All right, I'll get the team on it right
Again,
away.
I don't want to bankrupt the company with upgrades. Yeah, that part I knew, Rob Stark. But I think, like, so I know in this game, if you put your mech in water, it helps with the cooldown. But every time I've seen water... Like, every time I've seen deep water, it hasn't allowed me to move into it. So that's kind of why I'm assuming that you can't fully submerge your mechs. But again, it may just be that there were other circumstances that were preventing me from moving to those spots. Have you found your Mad Cat yet, Outworld? I remember there was a guy in chat, in Outworld's channel, telling him, like, so there were two really weird things about it. One was they were really insistent on telling Outworld the reason why it was called the Mad Cat, and like they were really hammering on it. Like, I think they really wanted to hear Outworld say, it's like, my God, everything I've known about Mech Warrior has been a lie up until this point. Could you please tell me more? You know what? I should just hand over the reins to the account. Let me know your email. I'm going to give you the password and the encoding, and you got this partnered account now. This is great. I had no idea, and clearly he knows why the Mad Cat is called the Mad Cat. I didn't, but that's neither here nor there. But then there was another guy who was playing Mech Warrior 3, and for whatever reason, when he started playing, the infinite ammo and like don't take damage options were on Mech Warrior 3, and like it was clear that he did not intend it that way. He was playing the game as if he could be damaged, as if he had finite ammo, because he was keeping his like autocannons in reserve for good hits. And then this guy kind of comes in and is like, you know, you've got infinite ammo on. Why aren't you using your AC? And he's like, I don't have infinite ammo on. He's like, I don't even remember what the guy says. Like, I can see you have it on. And then Outworld goes and checks. Is like, oh, I had no idea. As like, that's a weird one to have on by default. And then the guy like doubles down and is like, it's not on by default. You turned it on for cheating. And I'm like, why are you being this way? Anyways, people are weird on Twitch. But this is one of the many reasons you should follow that good man Outworld, because he definitely handles people like that a lot better than better than I do. I usually just get angry. All right. Hopefully we don't take so much damage I can't go and try and get more money. But we are, I'm going to say not yet, just on the odd chance that we got some experience in the Sims. Not enough to do what I want.
Waiting for orders.
I'd actually be very surprised if Glitch or Behemoth wound up.
I'm ready.
Yep, we're gonna save those up. Okay, I actually really liked the loadout that we had last time. So only like the major differences that I would do. So clearly, the blackjack's not helpful. Oh, you know what? I should have considered some of my other special loadouts. One thing that I'm not crazy about is Beefeater and the Phoenix Hawk. I feel like he has a little bit more to offer, but I mean that Master Tactician is ridiculously good as far as scouts. So again, the commander in what is effectively a light mech for me is definitely an unusual choice, but it's one that's working really well for me. I could switch it out for like a Centurion for some heavier fire support, but it did say that it wanted some like indirect fire, which means of course we need some eyes on it. So yeah, having the Phoenix Hawk like just running around wreaking havoc has been a good one. And then Glitch and Behemoth are kind of standard inside their Vindicator and Shadowhawk. So there might be an argument for like putting Glitch in the Trebuchet for the because we'll have the advantage of the Bulwark. But I honestly don't think being able to split I feel like that would be a waste of her multi-shot. So I think we're gonna keep things the way that they were last mission. And then again in a pinch, I can put Beefeater in a similar blackjack to the one, to the family one, or I can dump him in a Centurion when the time comes. If I'd brought this Phoenix Hawk on the last priority mission, we definitely would have wound up with it would have been an easier time taking out the target. All right, let's read this again. The Restoration Army is engaged in a battle of attrition against Directorate forces, and our ground forces need to resupply if they're going to prevail. To that end, I'm sending you to capture a Directorate munitions dump, eliminate their defenses, and prevent them from getting away with the munitions. Our support staff will handle the rest. The Restoration Army has been locked in a state. This is a very different readout from what I heard. The Restoration Army has been locked in a stalemate with the Directorate for a few days now. In the end, it's going to come down to whichever side has the most ammo, so let's make sure it's ours.
Command interface initiated.
Welcome to Smithen, Commander. The bulk of our army is entrenched in the capital, exchanging fire with what's left of the Directorate's defense force. The battle is leading in our favor, but we're running low on ammunition. This is where you come in. The structure before you is a munitions dump that the Directorate stole from House Corosis. I need you to take it back. Find all hostile units and eliminate them. Our combat support staff will handle the rest. I've highlighted several optional objectives for this mission. They all pay equally well. Saving some of the ammunition that's already packaged for transport will earn you a bonus payment. If you manage to preserve the bulk of the ammunition, you will receive a second cumulative payment. Finally, will pay you a bounty for any Directorate transports you manage to destroy during the engagement. This assignment comes with risks. The facility is heavily guarded, and if any of those munitions crates come under fire, the resulting explosion will deal heavy damage to anything caught in the blast. This includes Directorate units, so feel free to target the crates yourself, but know that you may be sacrificing a bonus in so doing.
Good hunting, Commander. Take out those battle mechs.
All right.
And mind the crates.
So, yeah, I'm not really sure quite where to go with this. I think we'll just take advantage of the hills
All
and...
hands on deck. We are under attack. This is not a drill.
Got it.
Alright. So it may not be the smartest thing in the world to bring the trebuchet out like this, but I'll at least get the advantage of the sprint.
I'm going.
So the big question here is, with something like the fire starter, do I want to get an early shot on it while it doesn't have its movement pips? Now, you know what? I'm going to keep everything in reserve. And I'm a big fan of this song. Oh, wow, that guy is setting himself up for a world of hurt. Okay, so I'm going to sit the trebuchet in the nice cool water. I'm going to try and get Glitch to take out that turret. It's not supposed to work like that. Oh wait, was that the Shadowhawk? No, that was the trebuchet. Okay. So they've all moved. There's no benefit to me holding back now. There's a pair of LRM turrets, which I need to deal with. Oh, and the laser turret, but it's a light laser turret. And I don't see any turret generators. You know, there's a side of me that says just running in and punching the Locust is not a bad starting move. Doesn't give me a lot of evasion. Yeah, let's do it.
Engaging physical attack. Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
Alright, that was unexpected. But then I didn't see them, so that is, I suspect, the point.
Orders. I copy.
So this fire starter is going to be a counter to my Phoenix Hawk. I want to make sure that this thing gets a proper going over.
Firing. I hear ya.
Okay, now normally I would like to move Glitch a little bit more than I am here, but in this particular case I just want her on a reasonably high location. Wow! I can't target those with a PPC. I really should have paid attention to that. Okay. Well.
Tell me what to shoot.
Interesting. Okay, and I'm not able to seal the deal on those. Okay. This is kind of a weak move, but I am sort of inclined towards using the missiles on the fire starter. So this is going to be a tough. This is going to be a tough round for us because there's going to be a bunch of turret fire, and they get to pick whichever units are weak or they just generally want to cause problems for. It's a 60-ton mech on its way.
Damage minimal.
I've been sensor locked.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough on the Phoenix Hawk.
Damage minimal.
Supply truck is running with a full load of ammunition. Don't let it escape. Okay, that actually frees up my Shadowhawk. But I am going to have to deal with the Panther. Ouch. That's a really, really bad start. So I'm going to get him to go do a physical attack on the spider. Or not the spider, the locust.
So far, so good.
Engaging physical attack.
Still not enough to finish him off. So I kind of want Glitch to focus on that transport if I can. It's a little risky for me to be chasing... Oh god, that's a really far... Okay, that's welcome. It's definitely putting a lot of temptations in front of me. Okay, so I'm not able to hit the transport, so let's stop pretending that... Let's stop pretending that's an option.
I read you, Commander. Moving out.
I don't like the fact that I'm ignoring some enemies, but here's what we're gonna do. It's kind of a weak choice on the PPC, but I don't really have any other options, I don't think.
No problem. I've got enough guns for everyone.
I probably should have just saved the heat, to be honest. Okay, so for Behemoth, so the risk, of course, is exposing myself to the fire starter by moving in close like this. But I do want to start taking out some of these turrets before they become a problem.
Taking the shot.
Orders?
And now this is a really tough one for me because I want to just clock this spider or this locust, but I feel like I'm kind of under a moral obligation to just rain misery down on... Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Multi-target. This is going to have consequences, but...
Got it, Commander.
How are you still alive? Watch those stray shots, my friend.
damage.
Okay, as long as they're focusing the Shadowhawk, I can live with that.
Damage is light.
Another supply truck fully loaded is moving out. Destroy it before it gets away. So Glitch will probably be able to handle that one. Okay, yeah, they're gonna cause the trouble for my Shadowhawk now. Fortunately, they've also got the guts, so we can afford a little bit of a tussle. Oof. That's gonna knock him down. That's an injury I really didn't need right now. So yeah, there's definitely some blunders I made with that Phoenix Hawk, but I definitely let those accumulate to more than they should have. So the challenge here is that there's going to be multiple light mechs that are able to cause some problems for the Phoenix Hawk. This is a really tough question as to whether or not I should send Glitch out to... Okay. So this just turns my back to everyone. Can't really afford that. Alright, apparently that's gonna... Oh, I get it. That's at risk of... Yeah, let's do what we can. High evasion is not the worst thing I could be getting for the Phoenix Hawk right now.
Standing by.
So again, I want to, if I can, I want to be hammering down on these turrets, but
Copy that.
I'm definitely risking Behemoth doing this because the fire starter's just waiting for an opportunity to cook her. This thing's got 17 armor, so I should either be splitting my... Cool.
One left turret.
I'm your spaniel.
God, it's a tough call what I want to do with Zap right now. There is a side of me that just wants to rain death on the fire starter. The question is whether or not I can do anything meaningful on the locusts in response. So the fire starter is covered by the woods as well as... Yeah, you know what?
hit something good.
I was trying to buy
Waiting on you, Commander.
I'm trying to buy the Shadowhawk a little more time. This is going to be a questionable choice,
Coordinates received.
but I got dollar signs in my eyes. Yeah, I should probably not. Let's not go crazy. We still need to focus on the bad guys.
You get a headshot, and you get a headshot.
Oh, something. Okay, so I may not be able to afford to have the Phoenix Hawk go chase everything now. I also need to be watching the armor on the Shadowhawk. That can't be tanking everything like that, especially with the Griffin breathing down her neck. That spider's presumably going to do something. Alright. We're not in good shape on this mission.
Ow, ow, ow. Armor's holding.
Okay, good news is they're only going to be able to do that one round. Okay, so sadly Beefeater can't... Ugh. Yeah, I'm feeling really uncomfortable with this, but at the very least I'll be able to get a read on what's firing at us. 3 chevrons is nothing to write home about, but at the very least I'm going to be able to put some damage on the mobile HQs. Cool.
Enemy unit destroyed.
I might even try a DFA on the other one, depending on what awaits us.
My armor's getting stripped off.
So I'm definitely in an awkward spot as far as the Shadowhawk is concerned. Okay, Trebuchet's taking a little too much.
Now I'm taking it good.
Oh!
Dang it! that
I've
hurt.
definitely been drawing my attention to the wrong things, but they're getting some really, either really smart or really lucky shots
Yes,
in.
Commander. Aye, aye.
Okay, I'm going to continue on this path of focusing the turrets. This is a questionable choice. It's kind of necessary. And unfortunately, I'm going to need to fire the full complement. It's probably not going to be enough to take it out. Oh, okay. That's good.
That turret is gone.
So again, we're risking the Shadowhawk heat-wise, but there'll be some payoffs. Now, one consequence of this is I don't actually have a whole lot. I don't have a lot of options open as far as what to target with my with my trebuchet. So in this case, we're gonna try and buy the Shadowhawk a little more breathing room again.
Good to go. Here we go.
Not great.
Here we go.
God, I was really hoping that would finish the job. I don't really know what I'm thinking doing this, but I got dollar signs in my eyes, so. This is probably going to escape anyway. And then I've just opened myself to a reply from that turret, but the worst thing about this is that that large laser can be targeting some of the things that are threatening glitch.
Reporting structural damage.
The real problem here is the spider can actually be a threat to glitch now that her sensitive bits are exposed. And again,
Damage is
my
minor.
trebuchet is kind of getting worked, but in this case it's not. Yikes.
Took a heavy hit.
It's not
there.
quite as threatening when it's the trebuchet, just because it has a little more fresh armor than anything else.
Commander?
Alright, so there's a side of me that wants to punch that locust. It is better for me to be where I can generating evasion. But, I mean, there's consequences for those choices because I'm generating a lot of heat. Okay,
Time to fly.
Glitch is on light mech cleanup duty now. Hello, Dordox. Yeah, I'm definitely not doing well, but it's fun. Okay, I'm gonna aim that at the locust just in case I get a lucky shot.
Roger that.
Still not dead. Oh, never mind. I can shut up. Oh, I'm just gonna reload if it looks like the run's going away.
They've got a sensor lock on me.
Okay, that's not welcome.
Ready for
But
orders.
so this is crazy to be exposing my back right now, but I am going to be able to take advantage of the rough terrain for a melee attack on that fire starter, so it's also getting me out of a dangerous spot and helping me. No! It was going to help me with cooldown. Because again, there's a griffin waiting to ruin
Enemy
me.
transport has escaped.
Yeah.
I'm receiving you.
Okay. It's kind of a side of me that wants to do a physical attack on the Panther, but that means my right side gets exposed to the Griffin and the Jenner. I do have some back armor. Now I feel like I need to be... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Oh, those LRMs aren't good. Okay. That's slightly more realistic. I mean, I'm still standing still. Okay. I'm standing still with a PPC breathing down the neck on my trebuchet. It's not great, but... Okay. I can't afford to be playing around with my Shadowhawk anymore. But the threat of the fire starter's out. I did not know that at a PPC.
Armor blow through. Internal damage.
Oh, Christ almighty. I didn't know they had a dragon as well.
That got through my armor, Commander.
Alright. It is time to take stock. I'm already running really hot here. So my only real option at this point is the Panther, I think. Really? This is one where the precision strike's gonna be worth it.
Targeting rear armor.
You can see daylight through my armor.
That's a good bark. Oh, something bad's gonna happen.
I'm losing weapons.
Yeah, I really needed that PPC. Okay.
Waiting for orders.
We can still make some magic happen.
Affirmative.
Do I get to pick a D? No.
Firing on target. That's a critical hit.
So I think at this point I need to just buy some time and see if we can knock down the dragon with the LRMs. And then I'm going to transition... I'm going to try and transition Glitch into a melee attacker as well.
Good to go.
Okay, so... I get Behemoth to do a physical attack on the Cicada. It's going to be exposing a weak spot to the Griffin, which I don't like, but at least I'm going to be in cover, so she'll get a 40% damage reduction.
Into it.
At this point, just reducing the number of targets I need to shoot at is a boost.
Commander?
Not crazy about those unsteady calls. Again, I'm exposing my back here, but this is one I'm willing to work on to be able to do some damage on the bad guys. That is a really bad probability of hitting. How do I want to distribute the hate? Yeah, my lowest chance is to... You know what? I'm saving my LRMs. I don't have that many left, and I need to use them on the... I need to use them on the dragon. Leave Glitch alone! I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to reload this one. I'm looking for good shots on the bad guys again. We don't overheat with the dual lasers, which is nice. We're not hitting the thing we need to hit, though.
Internal structure damage.
I'm assuming that's on the left torso. Again, I can't afford to lose those though because that's where all the missiles are.
Orders.
Okay, again, physical attacks on the cicada, largely just to keep me in cover. But this is, I've run out of runway on this. Because that griffin is breathing down my neck, and it's a fresh griffin. Like, we haven't done anything to it yet.
I'm ready.
Okay. The real question here is exactly how do I expose my back, and what opportunities open up where?
Moving to position. Multi-attack is go.
So again, part of this is about knocking over the dragon, but we may not have the firepower to take advantage of that when the time comes. Well, the trebuchet's holding up better than I thought it would, but the dragon is going to come to take its revenge. Okay, the commander's not dead yet.
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage.
So the question is, do I want to go on the dragon for... No, actually, in this case, I think I'm going to try cleaning up the panther first. It's going to put me in a risk because of the lack of chevrons.
Engaging physical attack.
I needed that to do more than it did.
armor left in that location.
Shadowhawk is doing quite a bit better than I thought it would, if I'm completely honest. I wish it was possible to melee attack and
Affirmative.
and fire the LRMs. I may not have the heat to be able to do this. Yep, I definitely don't.
Locking target. Critical hit, Commander.
Whatever it is you're doing, I need you to do it a lot better. Yikes.
Warning. Stability lost. Warning. Detecting mech warrior injury.
Receiving you.
I mean, this gives me some evasion, but... Hey, totally not Valken. Duly noted. Yeah, my back's looking pretty ugly. Not feeling particularly inspired. Okay, well, let's just acknowledge the horribleness that's going to be happening near me.
Acknowledged.
The Cicada's got a PPC and there's nothing I can do about it, so at the very least I can focus on... Yeah, that's the question. What do I focus on? I probably should be paying more attention to the Griffin than I actually am. That Spider's fresh. I can only LRM the drag. Yeah, so you know what? That original volley that I let on the dragon wasn't good. Alright, let's just open up on the Panther. Yeah, that didn't do anything. Alright, I'm pretty sure we're resetting on this one. I do kind of want to see what happens when you fail one of these missions, because I believe the game is set up so that they're going to get a melee attack on him. Oh, Jesus. I believe the game is set up so that even if you fail the main campaign, you still have something that you can do. You just continue operating as a mercenary group. But I do, like...
Internal structure damage.
I want to see it, but I think I want to actually see this... I want to see this mission through to the end. Alright, that was a long time coming. That trebuchet has actually been doing the Lord's work as far as taking damage. Okay, well let's see if we can at least do something interesting. This is putting me in rough terrain at a time when I don't want to be doing that. I'm just kind of curious if this gets me a back shot on the dragon. No, it does not. That thing's got 135 armor in the center and then 100 structure.
Roger that. Enemy down.
That got past my armor.
Rub some dirt on it. Do I actually... No, there's physical attack on the spider is
Move order
not a
received.
recipe for health and success. Is there any damage to its legs? Nothing meaningful. One laser shot. There's no point.
Got it, Commander.
Yeah, that was I mean, it makes sense because it's on rough terrain, so that'll make the stability damage higher.
I'm under heavy fire.
And the dragon just eats everything else.
Commander! Hit. Commander, I've lost all weapons.
Ah, clever.
Armor breach. Internal damage. Oh, I'm wounded.
Yes, Commander.
So, for the most part, this was me just doing this mission badly.
That's half of their fighting units down. Keep this up and the facility is out.
I appreciate your optimism, Kamea. Something tells me that it's more than just the number of units that matter when there is basically a fresh griffin and a dragon among the four. You think? Oh, what am I doing? I thought that was stand up.
Reporting internal damage. Waiting for orders.
We call that tactical
Yep.
damage.
Regain stability, Commander. Here we go. Affirmative.
Might as well precision strike it.
Copy that.
Hey, Dordox, how many times have I told you not to tell me how to play the game out of curiosity? Do you keep track of that, or you just keep a track of the things that I screw up? Like, do you assume that I not read the instructions to the mission and that I'm making a decision? Or do you not own the game so that you can't make your own decisions? I'm really curious about this, because I'm not entirely sure how else I can express how I don't want to be told the game. It would be fascinating to actually know what's going on inside people's heads when they do this, because this is the sort of stuff that makes me say, instead of, hey, maybe I'll try redoing this mission even though it's the time I'd normally be wrapping up, it makes me want to say, you know what, I'm sorry we're ending on a bad note, but I'm really fed up with this. So,
Waiting for orders.
I guess the biggest question I have is, why are you allowed to enjoy the game as it was designed by harebrained schemes and I'm not allowed to? Is it because you're getting sort of free entertainment that I'm broadcasting this, and so I have to resist, just deny myself the pleasure of enjoying this game that I backed on Kickstarter?
Got it, Commander. Locked on for physical attack. Armor blow through. Internal damage.
You did upset me, and I think I've been very clear why, but apology accepted. Let's move forward, and please, I understand you can destroy the ammo crates. I understand that the transports are designed to trigger somebody's fear of missing out. These are explained in the mission briefing. And this is something that happens very frequently when I play games, is that people come in and they want to play them for me, and it makes it very hard for me to continue doing it. So, that's I'll leave it at that, and we'll carry on with the mission and reset it after everybody dies.
Targeting for top.
There is an interesting idea about bringing a light to harass the dragon. I just don't think that the light's going to be able to put out, like, even something like a Jenner, because obviously we don't have a lot of places to cool down. The Jenner is the sort of thing that I can, like, jump over the dragon and hit it in the back armor. Yeah, totally not, Velkin. This is so this was developed by Harebrained Schemes based off of a Kickstarter, and Paradox agreed to publish it. I have a feeling that Shadowrun Hong Kong probably didn't make as much money as they were hoping. One way or the other, I know Battletech was sort of delayed, and
Heading out. Targeting for physical attack.
they looked for a publishing partner, and then I think just shortly after the release, or maybe shortly before, but anyways, after the release of Battletech, or sorry, sometime around the release of Battletech, Paradox announced that they had acquired Harebrained Schemes. So I think it's a really good partnership, because one of the things is that Harebrained Schemes is licensing the MechWarrior IP from Microsoft. I believe that was sold to Microsoft along with the rest of FASA. So it's basically Jordan Weissman's property coming back to a company that he founded. Well, I guess it's not Jordan Weissman's property if he sold it to Microsoft. But yeah, in this case, they've got... There we go. I played...
All units destroyed.
Oh, interesting. So in this case, it's a hard stop. Okay, cool. We'll hit the reset button. Yeah, so I played Shadowrun Returns. I did Shadowrun Dragonfall, the director's cut on stream. I had a great time with that one, and then I was a Kickstarter backer for Shadowrun Hong Kong, which I also really enjoyed. I tremendously like the improvements that they made to hacking, and I think it's a story that's on par with Dragonfall. I think Dragonfall probably spoke a little bit more to me personally, but I think they're two very good games, and two very good stories. It's a hard one for me, right? Because there's obviously only so many people in Harebrained Schemes, and it's
Command interface
making a decision in terms of what game to develop. Like, it's very clear that Paradox has an interest in doing RPGs. They published Pillars of Eternity. They published Tyranny. They were developing their own RPG in Paradox Development Studio, but that was ultimately abandoned. So I think one of the things that they're finding is that, Pillars of Eternity was very successful, but I think the appetite for games like that is limited. Obviously, Divinity Original Sin also did very well, but Divinity Original Sin has its own sort of modern takes that I think make that game better. So I think one of the things about Paradox is that they are trying to figure out how to do RPGs like that in a way that sort of fits with their business model. And so the purchase of Harebrained Schemes might be a sign of confidence on that. And so after they get their rest after Battletech, they might consider trying another Shadowrun game. Or it could be that the purchase was kind of a more pure Battletech play. And that basically because, Battletech's been around for like 25 years. And so you've got, there's nothing about the clans inside of this one. In terms of things that have happened, in terms of eras, so you can have a Battletech prequel with the Star League. I think this takes place during the Succession Wars or thereabouts. You've got the clan invasion. You've got the jihad, and this is where that Comstar group I was talking about sort of has this split, and this conservative faction inside of it takes on, basically takes over a bunch of planets. And then there's sort of the Dark Age, which I think is the current period. So, like, in terms of, if you think about stuff like Europa Universalis or Crusader Kings that have lots of opportunities to spin off a lot of sort of familiar, like, it's a familiar property, you're able to continue buying stuff inside of it. But, like, it is genuinely adding value to what's going on. Like, Battletech is a really good property for that kind of development. But again, I also think that some of the appeal of Harebrained Schemes is the fact that they've done a fairly good job of these RPGs, which I feel is something that Paradox sees opportunity with, but hasn't necessarily been able to work out as well as they would want. You'd love to see this game released as a mobile game, pretty much as it is. It's close enough gameplay-wise to XCOM, and the mobile version of that game was pretty good. It was. I do think there's something about this game. I know they put a lot of effort into make the loading times more efficient than they do. I actually think that this might be a little too heavy for mobile, and I think the effort to try and strip this down into a mobile version, I think probably you'd either have to see mobile get a lot better, or they would need to put a lot of resources into making this thing work better on mobile. But you're right. I think, some kind of mobile Battletech game would be really good. Paradox has been pushing into tabletop markets with their White Wolf acquisition. So, yeah, I mean, so when I talk about RPGs, I definitely mean computerized RPGs. So Dordox is absolutely right. Obviously, Bloodlines 2 is something coming out. There's a new Werewolf game coming out. I believe they are more managing. They're almost doing what, like, LucasArts was turned into with the Disney acquisition, which is they more handle the IP rather than necessarily do any development on their own. But obviously with Tabletop, they've also done partnerships to produce a Crusader Kings, a Europa Universalis. I think there's a City Skylines, and did I say Hearts of Iron? If I didn't, Hearts of Iron board games. And actually, the funny thing about Europa Universalis is it started as a board game and it's turned into a new one. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like they've had White Wolf for a while. And again, I don't think they're necessarily going to be developing tabletop on their own. But I do think it's another example in terms of them picking up something which has the opportunity. Like, again, if you think about it, right? If you say Vampire the Masquerade, there's a bunch of different games that you can make inside of that, but you know what you're getting into. You have an idea about what the themes of it will be. And I think that's a really big thing for Paradox because they, if you take a look at, like, in a given year, how many new games they release, it's actually, not as many as you think. But of course, the DLC that they go in is so transformative to their existing games that you have this investment. Like when you play City Skylines, you're looking to go even deeper into this obsession with City Skylines. And so having a bunch of different properties like that gives you more opportunities. Now, again, it's not all of that. Like, I don't necessarily think the Empire of Sin, for instance, is one of these things that obviously lends itself towards a franchise. It might, but that's clearly something where it's more, this is the kind of game that they do well and people associate with them. But I definitely have the feeling that Paradox is trying to make sense of CRPGs in a way that they haven't necessarily been able to as well in the past. You totally play. Are you saying the PoE is Path of Exile, right? Dragonfall is a great game. If you got, but guys, I know there's a couple of sales that are still going on. If you guys have not played Shadowrun Dragonfall yet, I highly recommend picking up. It should be, I think, actually, you know what? Sorry, I got to get some advertising in here. So, the only reason I asked was because I know I mentioned Pillars of Eternity. Oh, interesting. So Dragonfall is not on sale on Humble. I was going to try and give you all a Humble link, but that's $16 on Humble right now. Oh, also, are all the sales done now? I know the Epic one was extended. Pretty sure the Steam one's on as well. Okay, so if you go to Steam, these are going to be in Canadian prices. Dragonfall Director's Cut is $4.24. If you want the complete collection, it's $19.95. Shadowrun Hong Kong Extended Edition is $5.49, and I do not seem to see the original. Shadowrun Returns is also $4.24. So if you want the whole series with the deluxe editions, it's about $20 Canadian. If you want to pick up Dragonfall, which if you're not going to play Shadowrun Returns, then Dragonfall is the best place to start. It's basically a DLC that wound up eating the whole game. $4.24 is a very fair price for that, and it'll be less for anybody who's paying in US. $3.75 for USD. Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Durdox. It absolutely is going. So. Welcome to Smithen, Commander. The bulk of our army is entrenched in the capital, exchanging fire with what's left of the Directorate's defense force. The battle is leaning in our favor, but we're running low on ammunition, and this is where you come in. The structure before you is the munitions dump that the Directorate stole from House Corrosis. I need you to take it back. Find all hostile units and eliminate them. Our combat support staff will handle the rest. I've highlighted several optional objectives for you on this mission that pay equally well. Saving some of the ammunition that's already packaged for transport will earn you a bonus payment. If you manage to preserve the bulk of the ammunition, you will receive a second cumulative payment. Finally, I will pay you a bounty for any Directorate transports you manage to destroy during the engagement. This assignment comes with risks. The facility is heavily guarded, and if any of those munitions crates come under fire, the resulting explosion will deal heavy damage to anything caught in the blast. This includes Directorate units, so feel free to target the crates yourself, but know that you may be sacrificing a bonus in so doing.
Good hunting, Commander. Take out those battle
one real gripe.
And mind the crates.
One real gripe with Paradox, you'd like to see them fold the last few DLCs into the base game on the purchase. The barrier to entry is just way too high to get fully into one of their more mature games like Europa Universalis or CK2. Yeah, I definitely feel you on that problem. On a practical point too, like they go on sale regularly enough that I feel like
All hands on deck. We are under attack. This is not a drill.
so actually what I'm going to do here is I'm going to focus everyone through sort of the right hand column.
Moving to position.
Actually, here's a way I can have my cake and eat it too. Okay, so we're reserving. One of the practical points is just the fact that so much of it winds up good. Okay. I think I'm going to reserve again just to see where we're at. Because again, I've got all my evasion chevrons. But yeah, so just the simple like they go on sale fairly regularly enough that it's not too financially burdensome. I mean, again, what people pay for games, that, you know, individual circumstances are obviously going to vary, so I don't want to speak too carelessly about affordability. I'll explain what I'm doing in a minute here. But the simple number of times you need to click your button to like get a purchase. You're kidding me.
I hear ya.
Okay, this is a good opportunity. It's going to be a hot opportunity, but it's worth it. Now we should go all in then.
Special delivery.
Oh, you're kidding me. How do you miss a stationary target like that?
Standing by. I copy. Affirmative.
I'm here.
All right, this is going to be the hardest one because I'm kind of exposing my flimsiest to all the retaliation fire. Okay, so realistically, what are we looking at on this thing? We might be able to take it out, but I don't think it's worth it.
Target confirmed.
But yeah, so like just as I've always whined about this when I start playing the game, just the simple process of clicking through everything is really annoying. Okay. Maybe regretting this choice. The supply truck is running with a full load of ammunition. Don't let it escape. So there's two things to keep in mind on this one. So it's clear that there are some benefits to blowing up the ammo crates. I get 2 if I want the full dollar amount. Now, one of the reasons why I'm going straight for these trucks
Reporting. Minimal damage.
is that I get to do the 300 strategy as soon as I do that. They're all going to have to chase me. So they've seen the enemy. They're now all going to have to chase me down this road. So this does mean that there's going to be some initial damage that I take making this move, but it does mean that I'm going to be exposed to less fire overall, and I'm not going to be spreading my attention like last time. So there's still going to be consequences for this strategy, but this is going to be the approach that I'm trying to try and get a little bit of an edge as far as the mission objectives are concerned. I'd love to use my jump jets, but I think in this case here I'm gonna be a wimp. Oh, that sucks. I misread one of the...
All weapons committed. Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
The question is whether or not I want to fire missiles on this thing to... Definitely gets my trebuchet out of trouble.
Internal structure damage.
Cool. So I don't know if this will work this time around, but this is definitely a strategy I'm willing to...
Good to go.
I'm willing to put more consideration into.
Coordinates received.
So presumably nothing else can be targeted.
No problem. I've got enough guns for
Okay,
everyone.
good. This now means that I basically get the rest of my team to focus down the mobile HQ. So again, there's still consequences for this. Like at some point they're going to be focused in on me, and we're gonna be forced to defend ourselves in this very narrow area. But it does mean that the turrets aren't going to be able to do as much on me, and I'm going to potentially be able to get the benefit of those transports. Okay, can a jump do anything more dramatic? Not really, so again, I'm exposing myself to a little bit of danger.
Moving to position. Acknowledged.
So hopeful.
Ready for orders.
Okay. You know what? We should focus on the protection. So this is a waste of LRMs, but
Put one in the back.
yeah, it worked.
Vehicle trashed.
Damage minimal.
It's mostly just trying to keep my I'm trying to keep my resources in mind. So another supply truck is fully loaded and moving out. Destroy it before it gets away. So again, I have 2 ammo crates as opportunities. The only catch is I don't know how much. That's one thing I should have done, was to see how much damage an ammo crate does before I lost. Yeah. I have another implementation of this strategy that I'll try next time. I think the Shadowhawk's taking a little too much damage for that. The biggest problem with this is that the number of turns I took, like moving my lance into position on this, has meant that my main tank has wound up in some reasonably dire straits. I probably should have reserved, because the rest of the attacks are going to be on the back. Oh, okay. So assuming we can do the primary objective, we're in good shape, but that's a big if.
Damn it! I'm wounded.
That's 2 headshots this round. Okay, sorry. That's 3 headshots. 1 was mine, and then the other 2 are from the enemy.
That shot went internal.
Okay.
Ready for orders.
Most of this is just so I can shoot on my way back. Who is weak? Is there any reason for me to focus fire the fire starter? I mean, nobody else has a better target, so.
What can I do for you?
So Vindicator's going to be running pretty hot after this. I'm going to assume we can't fire the full complement, but we can at least do a bit of work. Even the PPC is going to overheat me. Okay.
Here we go!
I'm ready.
So I do have spare ammo. In this case, we're going to... I'm just going to keep unloading on the dragon until the thing goes away. But I am going to focus on the legs when I can.
Locked and loaded. Here it comes.
I should actually make sure that I take like a turn. I should make sure I always have at least one precision strike per turn to use on that dragon. I was wondering when that guy was going to show up, so Glitch is going to be the one to focus on that if she can. So again, where I can, I still want to be doing damage to the enemy, so I don't want to have a full retreat back here. I just want to make sure that I'm able to avoid the worst of the enemy shots.
Engaging target.
Not much armor left in that location.
Yeah, I definitely had my trebuchet take a lot of abuse, but... Oh, the dragon's out of the... Oh no, we can still see the dragon.
Damage is light.
Okay.
Yes, Commander.
So this is not the safest place for Zap to be, but again, I still want him involved in the engagement if possible.
Target acquired.
Waiting on you, Commander.
So again, I'm still not able to see the turret that's causing us some misery, so
Moving out.
I won't use the jump jets here in hopes of getting her a little bit of a cool off. Alright, so we can't see the dragon anymore. That's going to be a problem.
You get a headshot, and you get a headshot. My internals are taking a beating. Good to
Alright,
know.
now this is the big dilemma. What do I do with Behemoth? Still want to keep moving back where we can. This is an interesting one.
Target confirmed.
So we're definitely looking... We're not looking great here. Oof.
Warning.
So I think we've given up a little bit too much as far as armor goes in order to do this maneuver. But again,
Warning.
if this mission doesn't turn out the way I want it to... If it doesn't turn out the way I want it to this time around, I still have another approach that I can try on this one. Glitch, of course, has the fresh armor, so I'm okay with her being my guinea pig for that turret. Okay, so there is a question about whether or not I want... No, you know what? I'm going to commit the Phoenix Hawk to the turret. Hopefully we can at least get eyes on it. I know we're not going to be able to get a shot off. How you doing, eating snacks? We're just wrapping up for tonight, but you're going to see me lose a mission. Oh, you know what?
Sensor lock on target.
Again, I'm probably more scared of the dragon than I should be right now. What he means is he's going to learn a way that's not ideal to deal with this mission. So, like, basically the idea here is that if I hadn't taken the armor damage that I did to get here, I would be laughing to take the kind of engagement that I'm facing right now. It's just the fact that I've got so much structure damage on my mechs right now. Okay, that's a shame. I was really hoping I'd be able to.
Got it.
I was really hoping I'd be able to get a shot on that turret. But I'll take the opportunities that I can. So, one on the dragon, one on the panther. Oop.
Affirmative.
So there's a fairly good argument, if I could, to shoot that ammo crate because the heavies plus the Jenner are in there. The only thing... Oh, hang on.
I copy.
The real regret is that she doesn't have a multi-target attack. So the ammunition crate takes 25. I'm going to throw the SRMs at it just in case. Now, you know what? Medium laser is enough.
Target acquired.
Munitions crate down.
That is a lot of damage.
Target destroyed.
I have some good news and some good news. Tell me the first good news first.
Commander?
Okay, so again, I still want to focus on the bad guys, even though this is going to expose the trebuchets to some damage.
Location confirmed.
You have finished the terrain! Excellent! Right, and we were going to focus on the legs here, so...
Roger that. Scored a critical hit. I've been sensor locked.
Oof! And they took our leg in return.
Stability gone. Commander, I'm wounded.
Well said, eating snacks. Welcome to 2020 yourself. I hope you enjoyed your New
Armor's
Year's.
getting stripped off.
Okay. So now the question is, can I contribute meaningfully to this fight? No, you know what? I'm going to focus down the turret so that I get others available.
Engaging target.
Okay, so that thing is ready to die in one shot. I gotta get Behemoth up as soon as possible.
I'm taking internal damage.
Now, of course, it's worth remembering the Griffin is still... sorry, I can't say... oh, that's right. Behemoth is turn 2 because... okay.
Good to go.
I'm going to try and tease my angle of view to make that work. The Griffin, it's not fresh because it's obviously had to deal with the explosion, but that's still a pretty credible threat. So that thing's got 7 health. Oh, but I still need to use a PPC on it, so fair enough. We're just going to be paying for it in heat. Where's the armless dragon? No, not available. Okay, Griffin it is. Ooh, that's all back armor. Okay, I have some ideas.
Got it.
So this is going to be... I'm going to get the Phoenix Hawk to go on a mission to jump over the Griffin and hit him in the back armor.
Reporting structural damage.
All right, Zap. If you do this, you will be the hero of the unit. So it is his right-hand side that is exposed. So let's try and make sure as much of that is behind a mountain as possible. Oh no! I forgot. The dragon's not in range that way. I really wanted to hit that ammo crate. We are going to wait. Okay, we'll just spray the... Is he really the last one moving this round? Yeah. Okay, well, in that case, we might as well precision strike it. That was ill-considered on my part, but... Oh, wait, but the Shadowhawk still got around, so...
Standing by. Okay, regained footing. I'm good.
I was hoping I could just do this absolute rock star, like, leap over the Griffin and drill it in the back, but... It's a little brave for the current state that I'm in. Okay. This is making me a prime target for these LRM turrets, and I really don't think I can quite afford that, but I don't have a lot of better... Well, I mean, at least I get to kind of
Copy that.
bring the hurt wherever I want. Yeah, we'll just go straight into the middle of the dragon.
They got a lock on me.
What else do you like doing for fun, eating snacks 45? Or I should just call you eating snacks, because I know there's eating snacks too as well.
I'm taking heavy hits, Commander.
Okay. What magic can I do with this Griffin? So if I just run, there's no really good targets. If I jump, there are some.
Engaging jump jets.
Problem is I'm going to run hot doing this. No, you know what? The dragon's still a threat. So we'll turn off one of the Oh, really? It's 47. Let's go for it. Still not enough. Oh, yeah, I shouldn't have done that because he's super entrenched. Making people happy? Well, the good news that you've been sharing has definitely made me happy. Who is somebody that you made? And thank you very much for using the Kappa. Did you have to use more channel points for that? I'm not sure how long they last. And Eyes of Sin, take a look at who's using your emote. I'm always happy to see that emote being used. But then that is probably the reason why he used that emote, so. I'm running super hot, otherwise I would have jumped up onto the high ground and done some magic. For now, I'm going to pretend that the dragon doesn't exist for a minute. Let's say Cicada is a high priority target. Okay.
Right, Commander.
So the Cicada has a PPC, and then the Griffin is still... Johnny Big Time also put shades on it. I thought that was a really good looking one.
Reporting heavy damage.
Okay.
Commander.
So I definitely need to move Behemoth. I want to move Zap first, though. So I do kind of want to try legging the dragon. I just don't think that's a credible option the way the fight's going right now. This is going to expose me to a little bit more than I really want.
Roger that.
But it's a start. So if I want, I can precision strike. It has got 35 left. So if I fire the full complement, yeah, that's going to overheat me. Well, we'll do what we can.
Roger that.
Oh, that's right. He's still in cover and guarded. I should have just opened up. Because I know I'm going to be taking this guy in the back armor anyway. Ooh. Kappa is sorry, not Kappa. System 1 HMM is definitely my favorite emote. And again, that one was 100% the Eyes of Sin having an idea and just doing it on her own. I can take... Okay, if I were to take credit, and I would feel somewhat a little funny doing it, whatever credit I can take is a very minor... I think we just need to slay the beast. For those of you who don't know, Totally Not Velkin is also doing another emote that the Eyes of Sin created for Octavian Zero.
They got a sensor lock on me.
They definitely need to get the Shadowhawk out of danger.
I can't take much more of this.
Okay, so the problem with the... Oh! Oh, but the heat's too high. Okay. We will reserve Beefeater then.
Standing by.
Yeah, I mean, like the little bit of credit I can get is just here's broadly something I'd kind of like to see, but I don't know, Isaacson. So you are one of the few people who know about that now. So do you want like the specific reason for that individual statue? I kind of feel like that should kind of remain a secret. But yeah, you did a wonderful job on that emote.
Orders.
Okay, so I'm gonna run hot on the. Oh wow. So like any move I make is gonna put me in a pretty precarious spot. But I definitely need to move Behemoth. Okay, we'll put her back to her old spot.
Lifting off.
And we'll get her to do some damage to the cicada. Looks like that's got an exposed leg, so I wouldn't normally want to do something like that, but...
Firing.
Anyways, I can leave it somewhat simple and say that the Eyes of Sin is someone who discovered something that made me very happy that she noticed that. Okay, so the Phoenix Hawk still has quite a few chevrons, so let's get Glitch to come in and do some of her magic. And again, she's running kind of hot too. So if I can, it would be nice to direct this battle back to wherever there's going to be water. But of course, that's also going to mean that I need to contend with the... that's going to mean that I need to contend with the turrets as well. So I'm going to leave the Griffin alone, and we will focus on the... Ooh. I'm actually going to multi-target. Maybe I don't want to do the fire starter. Oh, I didn't know I'd be able to PPC the cicada. I'm still going to do it this way.
Firing on target.
Problem is that the Panther's fresh. Oh, but we still took out the right arm.
That's a critical hit.
Well, I'm glad you guys like it. Obviously, you know, I think that's all that a streamer can hope for, is that people find the... Yeah, see, I want this to work so much, but I have to conserve my heat. The problem is any move that I make here is going to... Well, no. There is one thing that will be a small saving grace in this. He gets to move early. So he's going to take damage from the turrets, and there's going to be some late mechs to make him sad. So I'm just firing the machine guns on the Panther. There's nothing special happening here.
Engaging target.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, now, the nice thing is now that the dragon's down, the Trebuchet has a lot more options in terms of the targets that it wants to go after. So the Panther's PPC is down, the Cicada's PPC is still up. The Firestarter will eventually be a problem, but it's not quite there yet. And I'm going to make the assumption that the Griffin dies next round. So I'm going to focus my LRM volleys on the Cicada. Except this round. This round I'm just going to brace. Or just pay $5. Well, I mean, the $5 doesn't give you the thinking version of it, though. Okay, I don't like that Behemoth's getting hit by the missiles, but I am kind of lucky that Beefeater isn't. Ugh.
I'm hit.
This is getting a little too scary. I think I'm gonna have to pull her out of the fight. Okay. Oh, I don't even need to jump. So the original plan was to go from the plateau in the Phoenix Hawk, jump over the I went the wrong way. I'm not going to be able to target his back armor. No! Oh my god! Okay. Oh, and I can't save. It doesn't save by turn, does it? Nope. Oh, that is such a disappointment. So it was going to be, I was going to just nail him in the back. God, that's tough. That puts me in a really bad spot with this guy. All right. Didn't even take out the Panther. So this Griffin is... I think I just threw away a perfectly good... like, I was thinking we'd be able to get out of this with some degree of survival. Now I think we're actually going to take some serious mech damage, and I may not want to keep the win. We'll see how it goes. This is... I really think Mech Warrior would benefit a lot from... Oh no! Oh no!
Warning. Detecting Mech Warrior injury.
Yeah, this is gonna get bad.
Warning. Armor breached.
Okay.
Internal damage.
Yes, Commander.
Let's do what we can. It's only the LRM-5, huh? Oh yeah, because I lost the autocannon on the torso hit. Okay, well. See, she's not doing too well herself. She's got a leg exposed, and then we'll lose her off of that. That's exactly what they were going for.
Can't take many more hits like that.
Orders?
Okay. That's the cicada, not the target that I want. So we're going to have to move him up. Again, I don't like presenting so many tasty targets like this. As much as I hate to do this, I think in this case I need to focus on the Griffin, just because I blew my shot. Obviously I can't hit the ammunition crate because that's going to take out Beefeater. Okay, that hit like everything that it wasn't supposed to.
Commander?
And glitch. Which is actually looking a lot healthier than like everyone else on the team right now. So fortunately I don't have a precision strike. But I should be able to at least get a PPC off.
Right, Commander.
I have no luck at all.
I've been sensor locked.
Okay, so Behemoth's getting knocked down for sure. The liability here is that they're going to be able to cold shot her exposed leg.
Internal damage. Ah! I'm hit!
Ooh. Oh, you're kidding me. I was thinking, it's like, hey, I can just hit this ammo crate. But I can't, because it's not in range. That's still going to be an overheat. Nope, we're going for it. That didn't get the kill.
Enemy mech. Critical damage detected. Warning. Heat exceeding recommended level.
So depending on what the lights do, there's a temptation. I mean, the fire starter is just going to eat the Phoenix Hawk at this point. But there's definitely a temptation to hit the ammo crate. Oh no, they're getting out of the way. They know it's coming. I'm also just tickling the edge of it, so it's not clear whether or not I'm going to blow up my commander with that. No, the fire starter isn't joining the party. They are roasting Glitch instead. I'm pretty sure that's a shutdown.
You could fry an egg in here.
Okay. Zaps the man with the plan. It's a start.
Loading fire.
That's half of their fighting units down. Keep this up and the facility is ours.
So I think the fire starter is actually turning into the most threatening. Okay, so I obviously need to deal with the fact that my my mech's overheating. So the question is whether I want to melee the cicada or melee the fire starter. I think in this case I'm going to melee the fire. Wow, if I just move. Oh, no, it's because I'm using this small laser. Okay.
Affirmative.
Ooh. She is going to get... That's going to be really bad.
Need some more time in the simulator. Receiving you. Yep. Back in action.
She is very close to death. So anything that gives me a straight up shot on the fire starter is one I want to take. Oh man, honestly, if there was some way of me targeting only the leg, I'd take it, but there isn't, unfortunately. We just have to pray. Yeah, she's dead.
We're down a mech, Commander.
Well, not dead, like she might recover, but... So apparently moving overheats me? I'm definitely moving. Okay, so I don't think I'm allowed to fire anything. Yeah. Oh, no, I'm not getting an overheat. Okay, so this is an absolute Hail Mary. No way. Okay, well, we'll go for what we've got. So I was hoping I'd be able to hit his leg, because that would have saved Glitch, but Glitch is going to wind up cooking now. Okay, that machine gun's a really big problem for this Phoenix Hawk right now because it's so exposed. And this guy's got his... Oh no, he doesn't have a PPC, he's got short-range missiles though.
Warning. Armor breached.
Okay.
Internal damage.
Waiting for orders. Right.
This will still let me target the Firestarter's leg, which gives me an important bit of breathing room.
Got it.
Oof.
Yes, Commander. Locked on for physical attack.
I think he's going to try and cook the Phoenix Hawk. Yeah. That might be a shutdown.
Warning. Detecting mech warrior injury. Warning. All weapons
This
destroyed.
doesn't inspire confidence.
See, I'm pretty sure we might have had Behemoth down, but I'm pretty sure this would have been a much cleaner win if
I'm taking internal
I
damage.
got that back shot on the Griffin at the time that I thought it was. We might still be able to pull this out of the fire, but that's definitely a crying shame that I misdiagnosed the target. He's probably going to try for Glitch. Yeah. Yes, good point, eating snacks. Also, for those of you who are looking to take advantage of the Epic deals, the two Darksiders games, first two Darksiders games are a part of it.
Took a heavy hit there.
Okay, so let's punch the Firestarter. That's priority number one, and it's the only thing I can do to cool down.
Critical hit.
How is
Commander.
this thing still standing?
That got through my armor, Commander.
Waiting for orders.
Yeah, we're still gonna cook. I definitely have an escape plan in mind, but I need to get rid of the Firestarter, otherwise it locks me in place.
Armor breach. Come on, mech warriors. It's go time.
Okay, that was welcome.
Internals are taking a beating.
The tough call for me is whether I start using the Trebuchet for what it was designed for and start lobbing missiles at the Firestarter now or not.
Commander,
Survey says yes.
move order received.
I think in this case we just let her rip. No, actually, that's not the right call. So 5 armor, 48 structure. It won't be enough to kill it.
Target Target lock on enemy 6.
Hopefully it gives Glitch a little bit of
Target
breathing
takes
room.
a critical hit.
Oof.
Dang it, that hurt! Hey, I lost a weapon. Good to go.
Okay, so part of this is just about exposing a
On my
new
way.
side to the mechs that can reach.
Ugh!
I can't believe this thing is still standing.
Critical hit.
Surely it's incapacitated at this point. No, it's not. I think I'm just gonna get her to jump jet out.
Can't take many more hits like that.
Oh. I'm pretty sure we just lost this on that.
Alright, folks, let's get this done.
If only I had that undo button for that one misjump. And I'm losing, yeah, I've just lost my, some missiles, or, not missiles, I lost some, lasers off of that. So I've got 4 targets. Very limited missiles.
I'm gonna need a medic.
Oh, Christ.
Weapon system
Yeah, so
down.
I've got like half of my armaments.
Order. Moving to position.
So this is going to seem dumb. I'm actually going to focus the fire starter on the called shot here.
Firing on target. Target neutralized.
And I kind of need to maneuver, but the problem is that all of my maneuvers are going to be against lights, so they win when it comes to maneuvering.
Now I'm taking it good. That got past my armor. Armor breach. Internal damage.
Okay, so can I get to... I can get to these woods. Excellent. So the cicada is my first priority for a target. The thing is, my center's exposed now, so this is really more of a formality at this point, but let's see how far we can take it.
Confirmed.
Oh, I should have... I need to do precision shot every time. I get that every round now. So the one virtue of this is that I have 40% damage reduction when I'm in the woods here. That's cold comfort, yeah.
All units
Okay.
destroyed.
God, it's 11:30. Let's do this one more time. Because we definitely had that, like, basically just snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. So there is one minor adjustment to the strategy we implement. I think that did exactly what it was supposed to. Now, this strategy may not allow me to take advantage of the ammo crates against the dragon. But the problem that I ran into on that one was the cost to my armor to move my people in position was too high. Now, this is probably not the way you're intended to do this mission, because, you know, you go into the mission, you find the objective, and you react to that. But seeing as I know what's going on,
Command interface initiated.
so the original approach, welcome to Smithen, Commander. The bulk of the army is entrenched in the capital, exchanging fire with what's left of the Directorate's defense force. The battle is leaning in our favor, but we're running low on ammunition. This is where you come in. The structure before you is a munitions dump that the Directorate stole from House Corrosis. I need you to take it back. Find all hostile units and eliminate them. Our combat support staff will handle the rest. I've highlighted several optional objectives on this mission that all pay equally well. Having some of the ammunition that's already packaged for transport will earn you a bonus payment. If you manage to preserve the bulk of the ammunition, you will receive a second cumulative payment. Finally, I will pay you a bounty for any Directorate transports you manage to destroy during the engagement. This assignment comes with risks. The facility is heavily guarded, and if any of those munitions crates come under fire, the resulting explosion will deal heavy damage to anything caught in the blast. This includes Directorate units, so feel free to target the crates yourself, but know that you may be sacrificing a bonus in so doing.
Good hunting, Commander.
So,
Take out those
what we did
and mind
originally, of course, was we moved up and then around, and while we were trying to get to the hot gates where their numbers count for nothing, we took a ton of damage while we were traversing this area. So, the approach now is going to be to go around the edge like this.
On my way. Location confirmed. Got a sensor trace.
What are you doing? Move!
On my way.
So we're going to get Beefeater Eater focus on the turret first.
All hands on deck. We are under attack. This is not a drill.
Spider's sitting still, though. We might be able to take this one out in one shot. Hang on. It's got 40, 50... It's pretty remote, but it's worth taking the shot.
Engaging target.
Thanks, Falcon. I believe that knocks 3 garrison units off of the enemy list.
What can I do for you? I read you, Commander. Moving
So again, we're still probably going to take some damage as we do our traversal. It's just probably going to be much less than if we expose ourselves out here. So,
Uh-huh.
that was hopeful. The thing to remember is the trebuchet is going to be able to do some mopping up on that turret when the time comes, because I'm not going to waste my LRMs on late mechs.
Waiting for orders.
Actually, you know what? I don't think I'm going to waste it on...
Moving to position.
So she doesn't get to shoot multiple targets. Let's go for... Yeah, the medium laser should do the trick.
Locking on. Turret destroyed.
So it's pretty unlikely that... Yeah, nothing that Zap's going to do here. So let's get him to sprint. Oh, nope. My allies are in the way. So what we'll do instead, we'll move him up. And if I get an idea of where the dragon is... Nope. Well, let's not waste the turn. We'll at least sensor lock the spider. So when we're doing this, if I can, it'd be nice to get into some woods. But right now we're going to have to deal with the escaping transports.
Systems holding.
They got a lock on me.
I definitely need to get him to the woods as soon as possible. That supply truck is running with a full load of ammunition. Don't let it escape. So the Phoenix Hawk should be able to get at least a starting hit. But I would kind of prefer to focus my guys on I think I would actually prefer to focus my guys on the transports just at the start. Good news is, as long as I can get the Phoenix Hawk sort of in range, we should be able to stomp the enemies. Gotta go. Almost time to stop playing. Have a great one, eating snacks. Thank you very much for stopping by again. Again, for those of you who haven't checked it out yet, do follow his advice. I think it's his. Do check out Steep along with Darksiders on Epic if you like getting free games. Okay, so I didn't really want to jump because this does have a pretty high heat cost. But I do get to do things like shoot mobile HQs. I'll make up the heat by stomping on this thing next round. I was going to say, how is he out of vision? But now I know. That's the Griffin that just moved. Oh wait, no, that's the Griffin. That was the dragon. I didn't know the dragon had a PPC. Okay.
I hear ya. Ready for orders.
Okay, so there's one person who gets a one person who gets the forest cover this round. Spider's bracing itself. We'll do our best.
On it.
Okay, so does Glitch get to do anything interesting? Yes, she does. She actually gets to divide her attentions, which makes her particularly useful. It's a remote chance the mobile HQ will be taken out, but it's a chance I want to take, just on the odd chance I can. Okay, so can Zap do anything interesting? Again, I don't want to waste I don't want to waste missiles on the mobile HQ because I know that the Phoenix Hawk will be able to take it, or should be able to take it. Normally I don't want the Trebuchet running so high right here, but it's possible I'll have a couple of rounds where it won't be doing much.
Failed to connect.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I got lucky that it didn't connect, but another supply truck is fully loaded and moving out. Destroy it before it gets away. So I'm hoping that Beefeater gets to move before the supply truck. If he does, then it's a done deal as far as taking these things out. Now, I mean, again, our movement is still quite slow. We're not where we need to be at this point, and the enemy is definitely assembling. But the good news is that we haven't taken nearly as much damage as we did to get to sort of an equivalent position before. We're also doing already structure exposed on the Phoenix Hawk. Okay. Correction.
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage.
Man, they really want this guy bad. Okay, not my favorite position, but it'll do the trick. I am going to pay for it with attacks from the turret, though.
Engaging physical attack. Enemy unit destroyed.
I think one of the big problems here is that I'm going to step on the mobile HQ and then I'm not going to be able to move anywhere after. Hey, no problem, totally not Valken.
Warning. Armor low.
I'll let you know how it went next time I see you. I'm not optimistic, but... Okay, so if I move glitch, I still get some shots.
Uh-huh.
You know, the really crazy thing, Rob Stark, is it's actually really inconvenient because it means that my my Phoenix Hawk isn't going to be able to move properly next round.
There's more where that came from.
Oh, thank you, Velkin. I wonder if the trebuchet can target the ammo crates even though nobody can see them.
I'm here.
No. Okay, well, again, we'll stick with the plan. Also going to take advantage of the woods if I can, so let's... Well, they're not great odds, but...
Locking on.
Receiving you. Roger that.
So the real drawback here is I'm not getting enough evasion by hiding in these woods, and when the engagement finally comes, I'm not actually very well positioned for it. I want to be able to destroy these ammunition crates while the 60-tonner's inside of it, and it's about to move out. We might be able to end this spider.
All weapons are go.
I Alpha Striked it just because of the probabilities, but being able to get some pieces off the board is
Might be some good
better than
salvage
nothing.
there.
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage. Warning. Armor low. Warning.
They always get a head hit on my main guy.
There's work to do.
Okay, that fire starter is going to be a liability really soon. Yeah, see, this is the problem. Like, I'm actually tempted to reserve him just so that he can run after the mobile HQ, and so like if the mobile HQ runs up, then I only need to worry about the turret. Nah, you know what? That's loser talk.
Engaging physical attack.
I am going to try and put him in a safer spot, though. Like, don't get me wrong.
Enemy unit destroyed. Warning. Armor breached.
Okay.
Waiting on you, Commander.
I was really hoping these would give me some eyes on the ammunition crates, but I think the moment will pass. So second best, let's work on what we can on the high priority targets. In this case, the fire starter is definitely the one I want to see dead.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so the 60 tons out of the blast radius. What I want to be focusing on now is... Ooh, whoa! He got in the fight a lot sooner than I thought he was going to.
Waiting for orders.
Okay. Really?
Roger that.
Commander.
I'm really trying to be disciplined on hitting that ammo crate.
On my way.
Man, we have not done anything that I need to do to that fire starter.
Firing all weapons.
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage.
This is supposed to go a lot better than last time, but I'm paying too much with my Phoenix Hawk.
Warning. Detecting mech
I think there's another LRM on its way.
Come on, Net Warriors. It's go.
Okay. I would normally have reserved Beefeater, but clearly if I do that, he doesn't survive. This is a tough call. Yeah, center's shot to hell. Okay, well I need max evasion, that's for sure. I get 3 chevrons out of that. Okay. He is in serious trouble then. I was really hoping to save shooting this thing until there were more guys inside there, but
engaging target.
Munitions crate down.
Target building destroyed.
I'm not feeling too optimistic about this one. I'm pretty sure we're going to have to reset it, which means I may not see it through to the end, but we'll see where it goes. Oh, he's going to PPC Beefeater to death. Yeah. So this is kind of enough for me to say it's not worth continuing on. Let's see what we can do to the dragon this turn.
Waiting for orders. Right, Commander.
So I'm pretty sure PPC's out of the question here. Yeah. So then the question is that really the best thing for me to focus on? And I think the answer is no. So that's just so I can get eyes on the dragon so that I can use the missile boat.
Yes, Commander.
Not a lot of great opportunities, but let's see if we can do something with the legs.
Locked and loaded. Here it comes.
And so the problem here is that we got a clean griffin, or sorry, like a fresh griffin, and there's really no obvious case where they wind up in a danger zone. If I thought Beefeater wouldn't have survived, I would have waited until these guys were in the same spot and then blown up the ammo crate.
Good to go.
I'm pretty sure there's no scenario in which she gets a clean shot on the dragon. Okay. Well, as usual, we should focus on keeping in the woods and taking out the fire starter, because that's the one that locks me down. The PPCs are also a worry, but okay, well at least he's out of the fight.
They got a sensor lock on me.
Armor breach! Internal damage!
Yeah, they're just taking us apart piece by piece. I still think this around the side approach is viable. I do need to think a bit about how I'm going to handle blowing up the crate with the dragon, though.
Reporting structural damage!
Because, of course, one nice thing about this whole engagement, right, is that the number of mechs involved in the fight has actually been quite small. Now, I mean, that can be a statement of how disastrous this approach is going. Like, clearly, clearly we're not engaging as many mechs at any one time, and yet we're still down my leader, but...
Whoa! Easy on the armor, buddy!
Oh, they're gonna knock her down.
Okay, that was bad.
Oh, maybe not. Alright. This is not my favorite move in the world, but jump jets are not going to... Well... They're definitely going to generate some heat. They're going to keep me from most of the physical attacks, though. It's actually really interesting. So it looks like... Okay, so I also need to keep the radius in mind, because the rear armor on the dragon is
I'm ready.
is shot.
Rolling.
Again, it's kind of a moot point. I'm just kind of doing this for the sake of seeing what happens when I make certain choices. But, I think it's really realistic. Oh, you know what? I don't have any targeted shots anyway.
Locking on. Reporting critical hit.
So yeah, probably any situation that involves my Shadowhawk being relatively fresh and my Phoenix Hawk taking the majority of the damage, that is an approach that could use some consideration. Right. I'm tempted to... I normally I would just drill into the back of the Jenner here, but that doesn't actually get me that much.
Heading out. On it.
I actually don't know why I'm continuing on with this, to be honest.
Light damage. Holding firm.
Yikes! That hit hard!
So the problem here is, of course, we've lost evasive at a time. There's going to be probably 4 or 5 light mechs aiming on her. So if she doesn't get knocked down,
Can't take many more hits like that.
she's definitely going to get ripped apart by the lights.
That got through my armor, Commander! Hey! Knock it off! Ugh, dang it, that hurts!
So I think that said that her PPC was down. If it is, there's really no point in continuing on with that. Like we took out one spider that we got the drop on at the start. Oh no, her PPC's still up.
Ready for orders.
Again, this is more just to see how it works. Oh, I can't see anything. Yeah, you know what? I'm sorry to leave it at this, guy, but I'm 2 hours over and it's now past midnight. I do have work in the morning, so sorry to... I just want to make sure that this is the right save. But I'm clearly, like, if I have to restart the mission and I've been running this late on that one there, this will be the one that I start with. I'm actually really feeling like I kind of want to do Battletech on Friday as well. So if I do, obviously, we'll pick up on this one right away. If I don't, I will definitely be playing it on Monday. Now, I know that kind of means I'm shortchanging Age of Wonders Planetfall and Stellaris. But I don't know, like, if you guys have a feeling on whether it's better that I just stick with one game for a while, I just want to make sure that this is the right... Yes. All right. If you guys have any feelings about sticking with one game, or, you know, moving on to or jumping between them session to session, I'm open to suggestions one way or the other. Mostly I've just been enjoying, you know, I've been enjoying whatever I can at whatever whatever opportunity comes up. And tonight felt like Battletech. I actually think this went reasonably well, except for that last mission. And even then, like, we were so close to wrapping that up with a pretty, pretty efficient closing. Except that I really screwed up that jump and I targeted the wrong target with it. Now, with that in mind, the fact that I haven't been able to close the deal on the mission following that suggests that I still have some learning that I need to do. Thank you, Dordox. It was nice having you here as well. Well, I'm always going to be here, but it was nice having you here. Thank you. Especially, I was going to say, obviously, I don't like the backseating stuff, and it usually means that I lose viewers off of that. So I do actually appreciate you still sticking around after that. So it is not lost on me that that is an exception. So thank you for that. But yeah, anyways, obviously the fact that I haven't been able to master it following that close run means that I need to work on the mission more, and I'm willing to do that. So it'll be where we start on either Friday or Monday. Again, for those of you who were waiting for the Elder Scrolls Morrowind, that is now on YouTube. There was a problem uploading that, so that wasn't live at the same time as the live broadcast. If you saw the live broadcast, then you've seen everything there is. And the remainder of the Far Cry 5 videos will be up as soon as I'm able to mute the VOD that wound up like globally banned because of 30 seconds of a song that Ubisoft decided to put inside of it. So, anyways, thank you everybody for watching. Let's see if we can find somebody to host tonight. Normally there is. Sorry, I'm always not very graceful on exiting, but oh, there actually aren't that many people streaming right now. Major Trendy's up, but it's kind of like an always on channel. It's not there's no live component. Oh, Kilgore Trout is streaming, so I know who to host for him. Kilgore Trout is playing Crimson Skies. Now I just want to double check something because I feel like Crimson Skies is an old FASA game. Crimson Skies is a video game series and media franchise created by Jordan Weissman and Dave McCoy, first released as a board game in 1998 and then a PC game in 2000. The series' intellectual property is currently owned by Microsoft Game Studios. Weissman's former company, Smith & Tinker Incorporated, had announced in 2007 that it licensed the electronic entertainment rights to the franchise, but no new titles were developed. The Crimson Skies trademark was renewed in 2013 by Microsoft for video games, although the trademark for other related media has been abandoned. It is set in an alternate history in the 1930s, invented by Weissman and McCoy. So it is relevant to Battletech because apparently Jordan Weissman has his hand in everything. So I'd love it if you'd all come with me to Kilgore Trout. He's a good guy, and I got to watch him play some Witcher on New Year's, which is kind of funny because he doesn't normally play newer games. But anyways, guys, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you next time.